And I now call the special council meeting of Tuesday, May 10th to order, reconvening from April 28th. Special council meeting has been called in accordance with sections 2.5 and 14.5 of the procedural bylaw. The purpose of this meeting is to continue to provide council an opportunity to hear from speakers on public safety citywide. Council members are reminded that in accordance with section 14.13 of the procedural bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. With our longstanding commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, just remind councillors to avoid using gendered honorifics when addressing speakers and staff. We acknowledge that we're on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people, and we thank them for their generosity to all who live on these lands as we move forward toward our goal of becoming a true city of reconciliation. Just want to take a moment too to thank staff for everything they do to make this city a great place to live. Clerks, can we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Stewart in the chair. Councillor Carr is on a leave of absence for civic business. Councillor DiGenova.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Here.
Councillor Fry?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yes,
I'm here.
thanks. Councillor Swanson.
Here.
Councillor Hardwick.
Present.
Councillor Wiebe.
Present.
Councillor Boyle.
Present.
Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly. Not here. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Present.
You have quorum, Mayor Stewart.
Thanks very much, clerks. If council does not conclude the business today, and we have, I think, 61 speakers on the list, the meeting will recess and reconvene tomorrow at 3 p.m. That's Wednesday, May 11th at 3 p.m. Council were present when the member motion prioritizing public safety was first introduced, and no member has declared a conflict of interest. Just a reminder that no decision is required today. Ideas and input from tonight's meeting will assist staff in creating a report back with recommendations, which is anticipated to be presented to council next month. Before we continue hearing from from speakers, I'd like to note the following. A reminder that in accordance with section 7.8 of the procedure bylaw, persons in the public gallery must not address council members without permission, applaud or otherwise interrupt the speech or action of council members or a speaker addressing council members or otherwise engage in improper conduct. Furthermore, in accordance with section 7.9 of the procedure bylaw, the chair may expel a member of the public who engages in improper conduct. Speakers have 5 minutes to make their comments and may only speak once. Council members may ask questions of speakers for up to 3 minutes following their presentation. However, speakers are under no obligation to respond. Public is strongly urged to listen to proceedings via the city's website or YouTube link and to follow along on Twitter at VanCityClerk for updates on the progress of the meeting. Any comments on the on the agenda may be sent to council using the web form on the city's website. The link to that form will be tweeted out on at VanCityClerk. Following the last speaker on the speakers list, we will go back over the speakers list, calling those who missed their turn and give them an opportunity to speak. I'll also ask if speakers are resident of Vancouver if it's not noted on the speakers list. We'll now continue hearing from registered public speakers, beginning with Speaker J. That's Nick Pogor, the Executive Director of the Commercial Drive BIA.
Hello, Mayor and Council. Thank you very much for allowing the time to speak today. This is a super important issue, not only for the residents of Vancouver, but a very pressing matter for small business in the city of Vancouver, and especially on Commercial Drive. Crime, vandalism, graffiti, excessive open liquor consumption, drug use, camping in our parks and on our streets, and most recently, a murder in one of our parks. A revolving door where perpetrators are back on the street committing offenses the next day is the norm. A recent BC Urban Mayors Caucus study found that in 13 communities that make up the caucus, 200 people had 11,000 police interactions in 1 year. This highlights the state of our streets and also the street disorder on Commercial Drive at present. Street order is at an all-time high on Commercial Drive and the worst we have seen it in the many last decades. Those who live in the neighborhood, those who visit the neighborhood, those who work in the neighborhood, all have concerns for their own safety. Small business cannot and should not be left to manage safety and security services in their retail districts. It has become unmanageable and it is not financially feasible. We understand the challenges. We hope there are solutions. We want to be a part of the groups and the teams who come up with ideas and come up with solutions. Some recommendations that we have are that park board rangers are present in all of our parks in Vancouver, not just those parks that are deemed tourist assets. Street level support for those experiencing homelessness, mental health is imperative. We need to provide support to the VPD for homelessness issues, for mental health issues. The VPD cannot be left alone to manage all of these issues on their own. To alleviate some of the workload on the VPD, we highly recommend that street-level outreach and resources are provided to and put forth by Vancouver Coastal Health and BC Housing. Again, it is imperative that on-street level homelessness and addiction outreach become part of the work to this end. This would include BC Housing Patrols working alongside Vancouver Coastal Health Outreach and providing housing options wherever possible. Another super important component of these solutions is the VPD, of course. Some of the stats provided by Chief Palmer at the previous meeting were astounding to hear. Over 250 missed calls or unanswered calls to 911 per day. This is unacceptable. ECOM needs to be overhauled so that each call to 911 is answered. VPD also need to be present in our retail districts at street level. We cannot recommend enough that some form of beat patrols on Commercial Drive and in our retail districts become the new norm. Community policing does serve our communities to some extent. However, community policing is more of a community service. There are not police services provided by community policing. It's important to know that. Many of our retail districts are lucky enough to have community policing, but the name policing in the title does not, in fact, mean that those community service providers provide policing. Please consider beat patrols on Commercial Drive and in our retail districts as a component of providing safety and security to our residents and to our small business in the city of Vancouver. All of this requires more housing solutions, and I applaud the city's work in recent months and recent years to gain support from the provincial and federal levels to this end. This is good work. Keep it up. I really applaud you for that. And it
Thank
is
you so
a big part of the.
Thank you. You're at your
Sorry?
5 minutes. You are at your 5 minutes, but you do have a question from Councillor DeGenova.
Go ahead, Councillor DeGenova.
Thanks very much, Nick. Really appreciate you making the time to speak and come back. I'm wondering if, first of all, have you made your formal request to the Vancouver Police Department regarding what you're calling beat patrols, or I suppose foot patrols?
The partnership, the BIA partnership, the 22 BIAs in the Lower Mainland had sent a letter in support of the VPD budget prior to that budget going to council. And in that letter, all 22 BIAs had asked for beat patrols in their retail districts.
Okay, so this goes beyond Commercial Drive specifically, and every single BIA in the partnership would like to see that. Is that correct?
I would say for the most part, the majority of retail districts would like to see that and need those services in their areas, for sure, yes.
Okay, thanks. I'm wondering, you were talking a little bit about sort of the BC Housing Homeless Outreach teams or programs. I'm wondering, what do you think? Do you feel that the city has a role to play, that when we work with the province to house people who are experiencing homelessness, that we make sure that we have that adequate level of support? So even if they do have housing per se, they have a room with a key and there's a front desk person there. Do you have a position on behalf of the Commercial Drive Business Association as to whether or not that's enough? Do you feel that there needs to be more support? And when we allow this to kind of move into our city without those appropriate supports, that's where we're seeing some of these issues? Is that your opinion? Just from hearing you speak, I was wondering if you could elaborate a little.
Yeah, definitely. Housing is a big component in lifting people up. And, you know, definitely we support providing a helping hand, but we also want to ensure that people experiencing homelessness issues, mental health issues, those that need housing, also are provided the supports and the rehabilitation models that would see them, attain success in whatever form that means.
And can I just ask? Sorry, I was just going to ask quickly. I only have 30 seconds left, but would you say that your businesses, the businesses in your association, have seen an uptick in violent shoplifting and broken windows?
150%, yes.
Thanks. That's my time, Nick. But I will follow up by email with more questions for you. That's okay.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Melissa.
Thanks.
Thanks. We're going to move on to the next speaker now. And no other questions for you, speaker. Thank you so much for calling in and all you do for the city. The next speaker is Zephyria Glaris.
Speaker 1 is not in the chamber nor on the line.
Thank you very much, clerks. And please keep track, if you can, of the folks that have missed their turn, and we'll call them at the end of the meeting. Thank you. We have Eddie Elmer, speaker number 2.
Good afternoon. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Eddie Elmer. I have lived, worked, volunteered, and been an avid walker in downtown Vancouver for 21 years now. As a not-so-masculine gay man who grew up being bullied in school, I moved to Vancouver looking for some peace, acceptance, and safety in what I knew was one of Canada's safest places for gay people. And for 18 years it was. No matter the time of day or night, I could safely walk anywhere, even in some of the rougher parts of town, without anyone bothering me or targeting me for my sexual orientation. But over the last 2 years, things have changed, and I'd like to describe some of what I have experienced. On an evening in March 2020, a man approached me near Cole Harbour Community Centre as I was on a nightly walk. He followed me, tried to engage me in conversation, and then called me, and forgive my language, he called me a faggot. He sped up behind me and then told me that if he wanted to, he could put a bullet through my skull. Fortunately, I was able to get away from him and call police before he harmed me or other people. Less than a year later, I was standing at the corner of West Georgia and Burrard when a man next to me called me an effing Jew and then struck me in the leg in plain view of other people. He crossed the street and I called police again, after which he was arrested. In July of last year, during Pride of all times, a man on Robson Street blocked my path, accused me of stealing his belongings, and called me a goof. Then he punched me in the chest and tried to steal my phone. I was able to get away and call 911, but given the man's size, I might not have been able to do that. Police arrived and arrested him moments later. A few weeks later, a man near Canada Place told me that I was blocking his view and that this area wasn't for gay people. The gay people, he told me, are in the West End. I left, but not before he got up and approached me in a threatening manner. I contemplated calling police, but hesitated because it was a Saturday night and I had noticed during my walk that police were very busy attending to other incidents. Instead, I filed a report a couple of days later. The man has never been located. I've also experienced or witnessed less serious incidents on West Georgia Street, Granville, Burrard, Thurlow, Robson, Butte, and most disconcerting of all, Davie Street, which is supposed to be the city's quintessential safe space. I've also been threatened or nearly assaulted when checking on people who appeared to be unconscious or in distress. While I refuse to live in fear, I've become preoccupied with my safety. I'm hyper alert to my surroundings and react strongly to the slightest noise. I look over my shoulder more than I'd like. I view people with suspicion and avoid eye contact. At night, if I see someone walking towards me, I cross the street. I come home feeling uneasy and depressed because I can't enjoy my city the way I used to. But what upsets me more than anything is how people have seemingly blamed me for these situations. I've been told it's my fault for walking at night, even though many stranger assaults happen during the day, and even though, for reasons I don't have time to explain, I actually feel safer at night than during the day. I've also been told it's my fault for walking alone, even though attacks happen when people are with others. Apparently, it's also my fault that I walk in dangerous parts of town, even though the central business district is hardly what anyone would have called dangerous 2 years ago. It's also my fault that I've been threatened when checking on people because I don't know how to speak to them nicely. Or it's my fault that I didn't get a good enough look at an assailant in order to satisfy a Crown attorney. It's my fault that I hesitated to press charges, as if fear of retaliation were not a valid worry. And it's my fault that talking about these incidents exaggerates how bad things have become, or as some people have accused me of doing, lying about these incidents in order to gain attention. So often, it's easier to blame victims than to look ourselves in the mirror and ask if we've been doing all we can to protect them. About the only time I've seen a change in attitude is when someone in power has been the victim of a crime themselves. But I definitely wouldn't wish my experiences on anyone. What I do wish, in conclusion, is that all of you listen intently to every victim who speaks tonight, this afternoon, and then try to put yourself in their shoes and ask how you'd feel if that person were your own son or daughter or someone you care deeply about. And then ask yourself if you've done everything you can to keep them safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Sorry for your experiences. Thank you for coming in today. And Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. Hi, Eddie. Thanks for speaking to council and sharing that. I know that you walk a lot, and so you do see a lot that happens in the city. I just wanted to delve into sort of the notion. You sort of said it's your fault because sometimes it's deemed that you're not compassionate enough, or that there might be repercussions. Can you expand on what you meant by that?
Well, repercussions, so what was I talking about? That was in the context of pressing charges. I do have concern that if I go ahead with charges, that the person who's assaulted me will see me on the street at some other point and harm me. I mean, and I think it's a legitimate concern. And in 2 cases, I didn't press charges for that reason. The last 2 cases, I actually did go ahead and do it.
With respect to maybe zeroing in on your comment around, sometimes you're told you're not compassionate enough. Do you think that, is it your experience, or do you think that we're becoming less tolerant and that people that are genuinely having these experiences are becoming fearful of being spoken out about because they're told that they're not compassionate or they're not sensitive enough to the social issues that are happening in the city, and that people are just feeling intimidated?
Well, I can't speak for other people. I can only speak for myself. I mean, I've been hurt quite a bit when I've commented on my experiences on social media, and I've had people tell me, well, you just weren't nice enough to somebody. And I actually go out of my way to check on people, sometimes in alleyways all by myself at 2 a.m. And so it's really offensive to me when people say that I'm not doing enough. I mean, I'm constantly calling police and ambulance and fire to help people who are in distress. And I almost been assaulted doing so, and it's really hurtful when I hear people. But I continue to do my part because we have to do our part. We can't rely on police and everyone else. And I do what I can. So.
Okay, but at the end of the day, ultimately, after all those experiences, you feel differently about your city?
Yes, I feel like I don't even know the right word. It just doesn't feel welcoming. It does not feel nice when I go for my walks. Like, I used to walk because it was relaxing. I don't feel relaxed anymore. It feels almost like a bit of an ordeal. I mean, I still do it. I don't want to be governed by fear, but it really just changes my whole sense of the city, and at times I've thought of moving because it's just, I mean, is it really worth putting myself in danger to do a basic thing like going for a walk or going to the store? Um, so
Yeah, I hear you. Thank you for sharing that. Appreciate it.
you're welcome.
You do have another question from Councillor Dejanova? Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks so much. Thanks, Eddie, for sharing that. And I just want to start by saying I'm really sorry that that happened to you. It's really deeply disturbing to hear stories like that. But I really appreciate your courage in coming forward and sharing that. Can I ask you, and you don't have to answer my question, but in each of the incidences, you'd mentioned that you had contacted police. Did you contact police right away?
In let me see here, in 3 of the 4 incidents, yes. In one of them, I delayed, and I believe I contacted the next day. And the Canada Place incident, I didn't call right away on that one, again, because I had seen the police were busy, and frankly, I just kind of worried that I don't know, that I'd be blamed for it. I mean, it's kind of an irrational fear. I know police would never blame me for this, but so many things have happened to me, and I've heard so many comments from people on social media and even my friends that sometimes I question myself, saying, well, maybe I am doing something wrong and attracting this kind of behavior.
Well, I want to be very clear that in asking you that question, that's not at all what I meant. And I'm happy to hear that you did report it. I'm wondering, you had also spoken about talking to other people who had been in similar situations to you. I think that you'd spoken about this when you last talked to us on another issue and public safety came up. So can I ask, I mean, do you feel that there are a lot of people out there that don't report the things that happen to them because they do feel
Yeah.
ashamed or they do blame themselves for whatever it might be, going out at night or checking on someone like you did, to be
Yeah,
kind?
totally, totally. And one of the things I hear quite often is people will not call police unless they consider something extremely serious, and that basically involves being assaulted physically. I've heard many people have been assaulted. I've even heard people have been assaulted, but they haven't been injured, so they didn't call police because they didn't feel it was worth going through the whole rigmarole of the legal system. But yeah, there's a lot of underreporting. Everything that happens to me, I report. Everything that I see, I report because we need to know what's happening in our neighborhoods,
Can I?
and it's important for people. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Can I jump
No.
in? They don't give us very much time, but I wanted to ask you if you didn't mind. Why is it that you feel safer at night? You had mentioned to us that you feel safer at night.
Yeah, it's kind of strange. Like actually, what I've noticed is when I'm attacked and when other people are attacked, it's usually because someone's in someone's immediate personal space or within arm's length. And I find that during the daytime, it's harder to maintain distance. It's easier to do at night, and at night it's easier for me to scan my environment to see if there's anything unusual happening or if somebody's following me. So it's strange, but that's sort of the city that we live in right now. I feel safer at night.
That's my time, but thanks very much for sharing your story.
Thank you so much for for calling in today. That is it for questions, and I'm going to move on to the next speaker now. Speaker number 3 of 62 is Lorraine Lowe.
Oh, hi there. Good afternoon, Mayor and Council. I'm here because I just wanted to address just the general issue of public safety. As I probably don't need to reiterate the stuff that goes on in Chinatown all day. That's what Twitter's for. So I just want to echo the same sentiment as what Chief Palmer had mentioned about the importance of complex care, 3 levels of government being involved, and a multi-pronged approach, which requires a concerted effort by all the various agencies. So what I'm seeing right now, the current failed policies pitting marginalized communities against each other. And the main issue here is not the broken windows of poop and vandalism. It's always been the case that it's much more than that. That's just a symptom of a bigger issue that we have. You know, you call it complaining and whining. I'm pointing out the systemic racism that's happening here. Would this be happening in other communities such as Kerrisdale? We heard last week from members of our business community about the real daily experiences. Trying to run a business, they should have a right to express their opinion without being attacked and gaslit. They're real lived experiences, and that doesn't take away from the serious, complex issues here. So other impacts of other people are real, and, it's incredibly discouraging for others in my community to speak out. And my experience being there daily and working like with a number of different groups, like seniors, volunteers, staff, business owners, is that there is a strong plea for a visible presence of public safety and resources. And we need that safety for the marginalized Asians and seniors in our community. That's what I'm hearing from seniors, that there is a lot of fear of coming out and a lot of worries, and they're afraid to get out of their house. So, I do feel like we're left to fend for ourselves. And, with boots on the ground for our seniors, small businesses and community supports like Embers, the current system and policies are continuously hurting our community. And, God forbid addressing the elephant in the room when we talk about why the stores are boarded up. People leaving our cultural heritage slowly being erased. Yes, it's gentrification. And, we're resilient people, and our community continues to be bullied into being silent. And, the attitudes that have been formed, like the pandemic, foreign ownership, money laundering, there's so much built out envy and resentment, and it turns into this counterproductive toxic narrative that gets projected onto us, Chinese people. And we lose focus on what got us here in the first place, like the flawed systems in place, which has not helped our neighborhood and our neighboring communities like Strathcona, Downtown Eastside, Crosstown. So my message is don't hate the player, hate the game. It's what's transpired in the last 10 years, the way development has been handled that got us here. Now we need to figure out solutions and examples of policies that are in place, like the empty storefront tax. That's not the issue. Like the store owners don't want to keep their shop empty. So yes, we need to tackle the issue of unaffordability, but in the meantime, we need to call for more immediate actionable support from all three levels of government, starting with the lowest hanging fruit before we address the very much valid other social issues. So, if we plan to build back better, part of that plan must be investing and prioritizing in the small businesses and ethnic communities. And that includes public safety involving all these agencies. Like, for example, we're getting amazing support from the Arts and Cultural Services on funding activations of events and festivals to attract more vibrancy and foot traffic. Community support such as Ember, policing, Vancouver Coastal Health and mental health. And, you've got these great community advocates from like the ops at Downtown Eastside trying to improve by working with our community and working together. So I do believe there needs to be a balance between policing, harm reduction, treatment. I know abstinence does not work for everybody, and nor does harm reduction, but there are models that are out there that we can look at and possibly like implement here. So, that I think starts with accountability, and I think that's a key to recovery, restoring respect for law and law enforcement. So, and I'd like to iterate, somebody had mentioned before about, community policing centers. It's more acting as like a policing, but it's not a policing body. It's a supportive services for accessibility for, like, for example, ours is a Chinese-speaking community. So, having those supports are also very helpful. But yeah, in a nutshell, needs to be more balanced. There needs to be respect for law and order in this community. Thank you.
Thank you. Do you have questions, Councillor DeGenova? You have 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. So many questions in only 3 minutes, Lorraine. Thanks for hanging on the line over two different meetings here. I wanted to ask you about something. You don't have to answer my question, but I did notice online that when you have spoken out about public safety and issues that you're seeing in Chinatown, that you often have been attacked by certain groups. And I'm just wondering, and I want to first of all thank you for continuing to speak your truth and speak for Chinatown, and in your role as the executive director of the Garden. But I'm also wondering, do you feel that there are people that aren't as strong as you that are reluctant to speak, especially after they heard Henry and Tracy speak the other night, and then they were attacked online as well?
Absolutely. It's hard to watch because, these people are it's their real lived experiences. Like, this is what's going on. Nobody's, calling on anybody else. This is a systemic thing. So, the issue, like, let's not pit communities against each other. We are all there. We all share the same concerns, and we all just want to be in a better community. That's all.
Do you think that there are others that probably would have spoken out or feel that if they do speak out, that their businesses will be targeted in
Yes.
Chinatown?
Yes, and obviously that's what happened, and we can't. There needs to be some sort of differentiation between people expressing their real experiences, like the horrors that they face daily, versus what goes on. That's reality, right? Nobody's attacking anybody here. Let's not pit people against each other. This is about an issue that's in the policies and what's in place of where we're situated doesn't help either, right?
And thanks so much. I have 1 minute left, and I want to ask you, after this meeting, after we hear from all of these speakers, what do you want to see, Lorraine? Sorry to put that on you, but what is it that you want to see? I mean, after this, there's no clear, staff will be coming back to us with recommendations as per the motion. But I'm just wondering, what do you want to see happen, and how quickly does it need to happen?
Oh, as quick as possible, of course. I do feel like there's the lowest hanging fruit right now in our community, specifically, having the boots on the ground and having that vibrancy, having people come back into the community. I mean, that is what's key with tourism coming back. Hopefully, that's going to help. But, all three levels of government really need to step up and be involved and not kick the can down the road. So, I'm hoping to see a more concerted effort. And, that has to do with housing too, right? Like, this is a whole different conversation. But yeah, I do feel like, it's a system. Thanks.
Thanks
Thank
so
you.
much.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor. And hi, Lorraine. I have two questions for you in the 3 minutes I have. The first one is really with respect to seniors, because I know that there's a large number of seniors in Chinatown. And I'm wondering if you could speak a bit about their daily experience. I had a chance to attend one event that I think the garden put on, trying to help low-income seniors and provide them with some culturally sensitive food and just to help them get out after being shut in for a long period of time with COVID. And there was a woman, and this is where my question is going to, who was holding an umbrella, and it was a sunny day. And I remember asking her why, and she said that she didn't feel safe, so that she had the umbrella. This was a woman probably in her 70s, and so that therefore she would be able to defend herself. You're there every day. Is that a common or uncommon story? What do you hear from the seniors in terms of where they're?
That's very common. Sorry. Yeah, that's very common. I mean, they'll have something because they don't feel safe. And, I think we could all agree, just from my discussions with them and having just that added police presence, having some sort of, public safety, any resources that are visible to help them feel safer. And this doesn't also, it's not just the seniors. I'm talking about the small business owners too. So, it's everybody. Everybody's being affected. Our staff, our volunteers, we do want to see some sort of improvement. And, if that means the lowest hanging fruit is having more patrols in our Chinatown community, so be it.
Okay, so that leads to my second question. And you expressed that you thought that having a visible public safety presence was important. That's different than we heard from other speakers. And so I'm wondering, if that's really reflective of a lot of the different people and groups that you talk with in Chinatown. And if you think that rather than looking at investing in mental health and addictions and filling the gaps, and that's more important than public safety, do you think it's not an either or and it's an and, or how do you look at it and approach that? So what do you think that, other people
Absolutely.
that you talk to in Chinatown want to see, and what do you think? Do you think that we need both or more of a balance?
Absolutely. I've always called for balance. I've always called for, just even looking at other places. Like, I don't know if you've heard of One Point in New York City and, San Patriano. There are different models and different programs that we can look at that's going to, help improve, like, people on the street. Like, there's these wonderful facilities, like, and with a garden-like setting, like, we could do this. And, that would probably be another approach that I would like to see the city or the province let's take a look at. But I think just immediate, like, of course, we want to get to C, right? A to C. But, we need to combat what's going on right now on the ground. Otherwise, there's not going to be a Chinatown left. And here we are talking about it 10 years later. Let's hope.
Thank you. That's my time. Thanks.
Councillor Swanson.
Yeah, thanks, Lorraine. I was wondering if you could clarify your position on harm reduction. Are you saying
I
there should
believe
be
in
more?
harm reduction. I believe in harm reduction because I don't think recovery, like an abstinence space, is right for everyone. I've lost friends, and they failed at it, right? So harm reduction probably would have saved them at the time, but I do believe 1 point. It's like that's a great example. Like not everybody. Like some people need to take their dose because they don't feel like they can't function. Like I remember at one point I was, it was like you had to kind of be on something to feel normal, right? And it's a very like harm reduction. It can there's so many aspects of it that we can use and have a balance of offering a treatment model and a harm reduction model. And I just want to have that opportunity for everybody to choose and not just turn around and have like a needle being shoved in your face or something. Like, we need to kind of look at it from a very multi-pronged approach. And, I'm totally for harm reduction too. Don't get me wrong.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson. Thank you, Speaker. That is all the questions for you. So I am going to move on to the next person on the list. Thank you so much for calling in today. Next, we have speaker number 4, Richard Flynn.
Speaker 4 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Next, we have speaker 5, Catherine Hallenze.
No, Speaker 5 is not on the line either.
Thank you very much. Speaker number 6 is Vinakshi Meno.
Hello.
Hi there. Thanks for calling in. You have up to 5 minutes.
Thank you so much. So, I'm presenting this afternoon on behalf of Pivot Legal Society. And I note that this meeting was designed to hear perspective, concerns, and recommendations related to public safety and violent crime in the city of Vancouver. I want to begin by acknowledging that since I first signed up to speak, 2 people have been killed by the VPD. First, someone in my neighborhood of Commercial Drive, and just last week, someone at the Patricia Hotel in the downtown east side. While very little information is publicly available at this time, I have learned that the Commercial Drive resident was a 40-year-old Indigenous man, and presumably the person at the Patricia was a downtown east side resident. A number of my friends, colleagues, and peers live in these neighborhoods, buildings, and communities. And regardless of political affiliation, it's obvious that when police resort to escalating lethal force, there have been policy and structural failures. I also want to acknowledge Chester, Wendy, and several unknown, unnamed people who have been killed by the VPD since 2020 alone. I only know these names because of community safety investigations and not due to any effort by the police or IIO to ensure affected community members received proper care or support. When Council first heard from speakers on April 28th, and again this afternoon, it's clear that the commentary is riddled with stigma. And that's also clear in the way that speakers were prioritized for this meeting, with lettered speakers predominantly representing BIAs and community policing centers, and folks like myself going through the regular sign-up channel. So while Council deliberates and strategizes supposed crime rates, I do want to highlight recent commentary from SFU criminologist Dr. Martin Anderson, who reviewed VPD data, found that there is not evidence of a significant spike in violent crime in the city. And instead, Dr. Anderson pointed to VPD press releases and social media that emphasize random acts of violence. Similarly, I believe that the agenda behind this meeting also lacks a basis in evidence and is designed to cater to anti-poor, anti-harm reduction agendas that have become increasingly prevalent. I can tell you that I see the VPD in my neighborhood constantly, and I don't feel safer. I've been accosted with my partner. We're both queer and, small people, read as non-men, and I've witnessed them arresting Indigenous women. I've also witnessed them come to calls in a very escalated manner, again, attending a home of Indigenous people. And I have to emphasize that these aren't de-escalating or safety initiatives. They're acts of intimidation that Black, Indigenous, and racialized people must contend with whenever interacting with police. I also see a perception that people like myself who advocate for defunding BPD are opposed to safety, and that couldn't be further from the truth. I'm profoundly interested in the safety of myself, my family, my community, and that includes unhoused community members who rely on public space. If we want to address public safety, let's address the violence of structural racism and settler colonialism that's leading to disproportionate homelessness of Indigenous and Black people. Let's address the toxic drug supply, which has killed over 10,000 people since 2016. Instead, oh, you're cutting me off?
No, keep going, please.
Oh, okay. So instead, we're focusing on frivolous and ineffective public policy mechanisms like CCTV and consulting BIAs and community policing center and trespass prevention programs or neighborhood response teams. And these interventions reflect a loyalty to certain parts of Vancouver. Instead, I'd invite council to look at the findings of the 2021 People's Budget organized by the Defund 604 Network, which surveyed over 700 people. I'd also invite council to review the recent report that Pivot released on the use of street sweeps, which includes 7 recommendations directed to the city. And I think that we can actually build up equity and address social determinants of health in order to actually create community safety. Calls to increase policing, police budgets, police technologies, or police partnerships don't build community safety. They erode dignity, health, and well-being. So I want to close by acknowledging the city staff and council members who actually reached out to me and proactively shared info about tonight's meeting. It's not lost on me as a woman of color who worked explicitly in the area of police accountability that I didn't receive the same inclusion on a previous agenda that was prepared by city staff. And I'll leave it at that.
Thanks so much. You do have a question, Councillor Swanson, up to 3 minutes.
Yeah, thanks so much, Meenakshi, for coming to speak. I wonder if you could explain 2 things. First is, what do you think would make communities safer? And then second thing is, I wonder if you could talk a little bit about what's happening in Amsterdam.
Yeah, thanks for those 2 questions, Councillor Swanson. I mentioned Amsterdam last time I spoke to council because I feel really inspired by what they're doing. They're actually giving funding to local community groups to oust tourist businesses or businesses that don't actually cater to local communities. And I do hear what business representatives are saying about, this kind of deserted commercial area, whether it's in Chinatown or downtown South. And I think that what we see is like businesses and operations that just don't reflect the needs of communities. So it would be frankly inspiring to see the city actually give grants and funding to community groups to develop and revitalize those commercial spaces, those retail spaces, so that they actually meet the needs of the people who live here. And that always includes unhoused and homeless people who don't have access to a lot of amenities that folks like myself might take for granted.
That's great. And then what other things can you think of that would make communities safer?
Well, I know that there's been a big emphasis on Chinatown and the downtown east side, as these are highly politicized neighborhoods. And I think the number 1 safety recommendation that I have for council right now is to end the practice of street sweeps, which is displacing people on a daily and sometimes hourly basis. And I think that it generates a feeling of indignity, unhappiness, loss, constantly navigating survival and accumulating personal possessions. And I really do hope that City Council will actually review Pivot's recommendations. And thank you to Councillor Swanson, who did attend the launch and who heard from folks who have been working on these issues of street sweeps. But that's my foremost safety recommendation right now.
Do you think the city should set aside some spaces in the downtown east side where it's legal for homeless people to be? With washrooms?
I don't think there should be, I don't think there should be anywhere in the city where it's not legal for homeless people to exist.
That's a good answer. Okay, thank you, dear. Yeah.
Thank you, Councillor Swanson.
Thanks. That is it for questions for you. Thank you so much for calling in and the work that you do for the city. We have on to speaker number 7 now is Miriam Amadi.
Hello?
Hi there. You
Can
have
you hear
up
me?
to 5. Yes, I can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Hello? Do you hear me?
Yes,
Hello,
we can
please
hear
stay
you.
on the line. I believe we're having a technical difficulties. One moment.
Okay, thank
sure,
you.
no worries. Hello?
Hi there. Can you hear us now?
Just one moment, please. Oh, okay. Sorry. I don't know if one I have to talk. Sorry. So, and don't worry. As soon as you hear the mayor's voice, you can go ahead and speak. I think the line may have dropped on their end, so they're going to call back in. Okay. Sure.
We
Sure.
can
No
hear-
worries. Thank you.
We can hear you now. Are you ready to go?
Mayor
Clerk?
Stewart, we'll just take a moment to see what the technical difficulty is. They don't seem to be able to hear us.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Number sign.
Hi, Kirsty. I've dialed back into the TELUS line. Are you able to hear us?
Hi, Rowena. Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Great. Are we ready to go, speaker?
Yes. Do you hear me?
Yes, we can. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Wonderful. Good afternoon, Council. My name is Miriam, and I am a West End resident. It is a common understanding in the field of planning and city design that streets account for the majority of public spaces in urban areas. And since we are seemingly on the verge of giving up on our public spaces, I wanted to do a little storytelling of my daily commute in the streets of downtown Vancouver. And what I want to talk about almost negates the quote, eyes on the street, unquote, narrative that everybody keeps talking about and what planners and urban designers have been practicing since Jane Jacobs. We are dealing with a crisis of a different nature. The trouble begins actually the moment that I step outside of my door early in the morning. At first, individuals sleeping at the doorsteps of small businesses on Davie Street didn't bother me, but that was only the beginning. I've been followed, yelled at, insulted, and harassed on multiple occasions early mornings in one of the most populous neighborhoods in the city, a neighborhood with a large renter population such as myself. I carry a whistle that I got from a police tent with me. I run sometimes on occasions to escape the situation, but I know how little that is effective in reality. Often I take public transit to work in downtown Eastside. I was waiting for my bus on Granville Street a couple weeks ago when a fellow individual holding a needle approached to stop cursing me for ruining his life. A needle. I don't think I have to explain what that really means. I ran along Granville and took a cab home. Riding the bus is also no pleasure. Watching my fellow citizens, sometimes as young as late teens, barely surviving is very heartbreaking. And it has become more widespread than sort of getting outside of downtown East Side. Buses, especially the ones run through downtown Eastside, are unfortunately getting vandalized a lot more often. I rode a bus about a month ago when an individual puked in front of me while he was drawing on another seat with a white marker. A couple of days ago, I sat on a bus chair that was urinated on, taking the bus home. It was very disgusting. And this is the public infrastructure that we in Vancouver are most proud of. The bus that I go to return home, the bus stop that I go to return home is located on Powell Street next to a supervised consumption site. The glass pane on the stop shelter was shattered by a fellow individual while I was waiting for my bus. I was traumatized so much that I couldn't go back to work for a week, fearing that it will happen again to me. Isn't this overwhelming that I have to go through this daily just on my commute? Least, but of course, the worst is walking in downtown Eastside. It is quite apocalyptic in the way that it shows the demise of the city. As a petite minority female, I find it difficult to feel safe. The sidewalks are blocked by the people, and it's filthy with feces, garbage, needles, and stolen objects. I have to walk along the street to take refuge from the sidewalk. That's quite ironic. Also, found that the only way not to get yelled at is to stare at my shoes walking and pretending that I really don't exist. Thinking about the fact that 8 females sit in this council and none really is concerned about the public safety for women blows my mind. I keep journaling my commute and text messages to my partner, fearing that one day something will happen to me for these very reasons. When I say the eyes on the street strategy is not as much relevant anymore, it's because these incidents mostly happen with people around. Coexistence, if we could call it that way, doesn't work anymore. This council epitomizes misplaced reaction. We are so obsessed with victimizing the addicted that are willing to overlook the consequences on the other people that are living in the city. Yeah, please do something for all the residents and not only a few. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have questions? Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes, please.
Thanks so much. I really appreciate you making the time to speak to council today. And just before I ask you a question, I just wanted to say that as a woman and as a city councilor also, but personally even, I have concerns about public safety and walking in our city. So I just didn't want you to think that those comments were lost on me. I did want to ask you, what is it, you had talked about eyes on the street not working. What do you think we need to do? Do you think that there needs to be a way that we as a council address, some of the mental health and addiction issues that perhaps move into our city when we ask for housing that isn't as supportive as people with complex care needs require?
Yeah, absolutely. What I mean is, we as humans, by just being present at a location, will not stop the violence anymore. There needs to be further treatment. There needs to be some sort of consequences for some sort of behaviors. I know that this is mostly a provincial issue, but the city has to be on the side of the people and the residents. It has to resonate with what the people want, not being sort of a burden itself, being a blockhead, and what the city could get to. And I assume for the social housing that is happening around the city is helping. I'm not really an expert in that field, but what I'm seeing is the way that the streets are being treated, the public transit is being treated, is just not a place for regular people to be at anymore. There has to be a way to stop that, to minimize the impact on those facilities and those pieces.
I suppose, thank you. I suppose what I'm asking also is, and I understand, policing is the majority of that is provincial, and housing also provincial and federal. But we here at City Council consider rezonings. So when BC Housing wants to rezone a property to make it social housing, we look at the merits of the application. we don't require a certain level of supports for particular client groups, especially those with complex care needs. Do you think that we're shortchanging people by not doing that and setting them up for failure? Do you
Absolutely.
feel we need to consider that when we consider developments that will house
Oh,
people
yeah,
like that?
absolutely. Definitely. I've been reading about the social housing that's happening and next to the future Arbutus station and the amount that people are concerned with the presence of those kind of facilities next to children's playing.
Thank you
I
so much.
personally
We are at the 3 minutes.
Thank
Sorry to
you.
cut you off. We are at our 3 minutes. Councillors, if you could just
don't.
make sure, leave enough time for folks to reply, that would be appreciated. Thanks, Speaker,
Thank you
for
so much.
participating today, and there are no other questions for you, so I'll move to the next speaker. Thank you. We have Craig James, speaker number 8 of 62.
Thank you. My name is Craig James. I live and own a small business on Robson Street in downtown Vancouver. Based on how this whole process has gone so far, I have very little faith that speaking to you will do any good at all, but I don't really know what else to do. Like too many people for the last year and some, I've been exposed to more needles, human feces, garbage, and people drugged out in front of the parking garage than I could have ever dreamed. Having lived in this same spot for over 15 years, I can absolutely say that in the area, things are changing for the worse over the last 2. I still feel safe enough, but many of my neighbors, unfortunately, do not. Several have left. Some may soon, and others ask me to walk our dogs or go shopping together so they're not alone. But unfortunately, that seems to be the new normal downtown, and that's far from world class. While I appreciate the city and province is trying to tackle homelessness and help those with mental health challenges, the trickle-down effect has led to our local community being terrorized by one individual for months. As someone with OCPD struggling with my mental health issues, I feel for people who have their own difficulties. However, there comes a point when the actions of one can't be more important than the thousands who are left with little choice but to needlessly suffer. These actions should not be allowed to trigger or create new traumas like the situation is doing to me or do harm to innocent bystanders. As you said before the last meeting, Mr. Mayor, everybody deserves to feel safe. As many as 5 to 7 days a week, 1 to 4 times a day, from 30 minutes to 2 hours at a time, as early as 5 a.m., were treated to hysterical outbursts by the same guy that 311, VPB non-emerge, if you can ever get a hold of them, and uniformed officers seem powerless or unwilling to do anything about, despite the aggressive panhandling, disturbing the peace, menacing behavior, excessive profanity, threats of violence, and the damage to public and private property, despite the pleas of residents in the area, despite the trespass prevention program, despite the impact of multiple Robson Street businesses, hotels, and their out-of-town guests. People are afraid it can't continue. He could get food and help from the city, but he prefers to sit in front of Tim's screaming that he's being raped until someone gives him a donut or a sandwich. But even then, he's only quiet for a few minutes until the screaming begins again. VPD say Crown Council won't prosecute, and he's just going to keep coming back, so there isn't anything they can do. 2 officers told me that when trying to police situations like this, they often receive so much feedback and blowback from the public that they're worried about ending up getting trashed on Twitter if a video goes viral, so they just don't get involved. I did send over a video taken prior to the last meeting for you to see what I'm talking about, but due to privacy issues, it won't be played. I was, however, told that I could still play the audio. It will obviously be harder to hear clearly playing it through the phone than if I were there in person, but I think it is still very important. The video is quite straightforward and impactful, but to explain what's happening so you can hopefully visualize, the first 10 seconds is shot from a bit of a distance and is therefore a bit quieter. He's screaming at the top of his lungs about not having any money. The next portion, filmed closer, showed him violently throwing his bag and himself around on the ground after a security guard asked him to please stop screaming and then saying they would have to call the police if he didn't calm down. Most days and episodes are very much like this, if not worse. I will say this audio could be triggering for some, particularly if you suffer from any sensory traumas, so you may want to mute your audio for 60 seconds.
Before you proceed playing the video, the
Yes.
audio, I'm just going to check with the clerks about this. 1 second, please.
Your clerk was the one who said it was okay in my previous email thread, but just so that. Still there? Am I still good? Checking.
Just a second, Speaker. I'm just checking with clerks. I'll be right back to you. Thanks.
Sorry, no problem.
Hi, Mayor. It is okay for the audio to go ahead as there's no one can be identified. We've checked through our privacy and FOI department.
Okay, great. Thanks. Go ahead, speaker and clerk. Sorry, my jabber wasn't working. So yeah, please go ahead, speaker, play your audio.
Thank you. I'll start at the beginning again. And I apologize. It's a little bit more difficult, as I said, here over the phone, but you'll get the message. Trust. Imagine hearing that and worse over and over, day after day. You try sleeping, living, or working from home through that. No one should have to go through what he's going through, but the thousands of people who live, pay taxes, and vote in the area shouldn't have to go through what he's going through either. If he wasn't screaming, it would not be an issue, but it's becoming unbearable. This wouldn't be tolerated long in front of City Hall or in Point Grey or in front of your house. The effects can be felt in the neighborhood even when he's not here. People are traumatized, frustrated, and fed up. They can't sleep. Some are moving or quitting their jobs. Some area residents don't feel safe on the streets when he's around. Visitors and tourists are leaving or avoiding. Businesses are suffering, and no one will help. Please do something for him, or at least give some actual support to the people who can. Doing nothing almost sends the message that if you have mental health problems, you can do basically anything without fear of repercussion and scream in the streets till you get whatever you want, and no one will do anything about it. Now, that doesn't make me feel safe.
Thank you so much for presenting today. You do have questions from Councillor Dejanova. Go ahead, Councillor Dejanova.
Thanks very much for making the time to speak with us and to go back and forth with our clerk to see what part of the presentation you could play for us. Can I ask, what do you think council can do? What would you like to see us do?
Well,
here?
If I had the answers, I definitely would have included in that. But I would like to see this individual be helped to the point where he doesn't need to walk through the street screaming. Whether that means he needs to find a way to be somewhere else to have an outlet, as opposed to walking around the streets, sitting out in front of businesses, holding the area hostage. I don't think that is correct. Whether it's I don't mean if it's institutionalization or medication, or I'm not saying the police need to come and like arrest him either. But he can't be just allowed to walk through the streets screaming or sit out in front of buildings and apartments for hours screaming. It's traumatizing. It's triggering. It's unbelievable. And it echoes some of the sentiments from my last speaker.
Thanks.
And our first speaker.
I understand you're talking about this individual, but we've heard many stories about other individuals or several individuals. Do you feel that when we consider new housing in the city of Vancouver, that there needs to be a minimum level of support for people with issues such as this individual that you're speaking of?
I do think the consideration needs to be paid to how the impact of facilities like this will affect neighbors. I have noticed a correlation in the last 2 years with the influx of housing being provided in the downtown area, as I'm only a couple blocks from Granville Street. It is, as I said at the beginning, a big change in the last 2 years. It is much less comfortable downtown. It's dirtier. It feels unsafer. It's not a place to be. Friends and family don't want to come visit. And I feel it's all based on the fact, and it all started when the last 2 years or so, once the housing project started in the downtown area to sort of give some people some space. Now, I realize they should have some space, but their impact is impacting the rest of us. As
So
I said,
I hear your frustration, and I have 45 seconds left. I don't hear you saying that you don't want social housing in your neighborhood, but that this is concerning. It's infringing on your rights and your ability to walk down your street. So if there was adequate supports for people who had mental health issues, addiction issues, had those supports and that support team, would you be supportive of that? Would you think that that would help with the issues that you're experiencing in your neighborhood?
I do think that it would be of assistance to people, but I also do think the impact, the voices of the neighbors need to be much more considered because we're the ones who have to live through decisions that other people who don't live here make.
So we shouldn't make a decision to put more housing in, is what you're saying, unless those supports are there.
Yeah, unless there's
Okay,
support from the neighborhood, I don't think we need more of it. Thank you.
thanks so much. That's it for questions to you, speaker. Thanks so much for calling in today. And we're going to move to the next speaker. Thank you. We have Kit Rothschild, speaker number 9.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Fabulous. Thanks so much. I want to start by acknowledging that I'm an uninvited settler on the territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh peoples. I'm queer, disabled, non-binary, Jewish, and a former sex worker. I'm speaking to you today as the Community Co-Executive Director at PACE Society, which is a by, with, and for sex workers' rights and advocacy, education, and support organization in the downtown east side that serves sex workers of all genders. I want to thank Council for hearing me today and for your ongoing support of the work that PACE does. But please allow me to begin by saying that I want to acknowledge the extreme distaste I have felt for the fact that Council has prioritized community policing centers and business improvement associations, over hearing from the public on this issue. This, while cops have killed 2 people in 2 weeks in Vancouver. It hurts my heart and my brain that some people care so much more about tents in the street or visible drug use than they do about the root causes of homelessness or addiction. I don't understand how people can be quite so numb to human suffering. Unfortunately, between the platforming of businesses that seem to be so enraged about feces and the VPD's expanded trespassing prevention program, it has become really crystal clear that in Vancouver, businesses are seen as more important than human beings. Their tax dollars are more important, and their voices are more important, and they shouldn't be, because protecting private property isn't public safety. In a recent internal survey of 75 members at PACE, we found that 70% of the members polled do not feel safer with a police presence while they try to work. 84% found that during interactions with police were disrespectful to them. And 57% of people who reported harms related to their work found police to be unhelpful or very unhelpful. 25% they would not report to police in the future. To us, public safety means acknowledging and unraveling systemic racism, colonialism, and poverty. It means acknowledging that police aren't safe for drug users, sex workers, Black, Indigenous, or persons of color, and Two-Spirit LGBTQ folks. I think public safety isn't defined by how often someone commits a crime or how many times they are arrested, but how we address justice for the most marginalized. It involves acknowledging that graffiti isn't the worst problem in this city. It's about protecting people like Chelsea Poorman and Ben Matson and the 2 people killed in the last 2 weeks. It's about safe consumption sites and safer housing and mental health care. To us, people include marginalized people. And if public safety doesn't include the people who are murdered by police or who are missing and ignored, then it's not really public safety. You're just slapping a kinder name on a practice that is continuing to do what it has always done, what it was created to do, to protect property and property owners and to police and oppress the rest of us. Instead, I think many of the following things could be considered public safety: expanding safe supply immediately, providing safe and affordable housing, mental health support, providing primary care physicians, providing mail service, providing affordable access to and accessible transportation, providing interpreters for ASL and a myriad of other languages for folks in the downtown east side, investing in public space and in community centers and in places where people can meaningfully spend their time and not be pushed out of doorways. It means providing more public bathrooms and investing in grassroots projects. And certainly it involves investing in alternatives to 911 and to the police. In closing, I'd like to echo the calls of the Defund 604 People's Budget, which are peer-led, nonviolent mental health care, certain mental health services, supports and wellness checks, accessible non-market housing and the displacement of houseless people, peer-led indoor sex worker spaces, peer-led access to safe drug supply, land back in a traditional healing center at Crab Park, and participatory budgeting. Thanks once again to Council for hearing me today.
Thank you for calling in today. You do have questions from Councillor Swanson.
Thanks so much for coming in, Kit. I wonder if you could just expand a little bit on what you think the city should be doing, and maybe also tell us what you think about the Police Reform Act recommendations.
Oh, let me start with the last one. Thanks for asking. I think the recent special committee report on reforming the Police Act that called for decolonizing police and quote unquote hiring the right people in the right places, to me really smacks of tokenism and woke washing. You can't decolonize police. Police were meant to uphold colonialism and private property, and that's about it. And we know that reforms don't work, and they're costly and often a waste of time, where another 10 years goes by, and then we finally get a review, and that takes 2 years to get a report, and then nothing gets done with that report. Instead, people should be listening to what community is saying, because we aren't asking for more CAR 87 programs. We're asking for safety that does not rely on police. Many of us don't respect police because they keep killing our community members. And so any sort of like reform of police in that portion, just like, it's not going to work. There's already tons of police getting paid a great wage, and they aren't doing anything about graffiti, which in my mind is very much not a crime, although it might be seen as public mischief. And I think we really need to be focusing on how we undo some of the harms of colonialism, because that's what's created the sort of nightmare escape that we sometimes have in the downtown east side. And what should the city do? I think the city should prioritize the safety of drug users, of sex workers, of homeless people, of BIPOC people, of queer people, of disabled people. You need to prioritize people, period, not businesses. You need to prioritize renters and not owners. You need to be brave about it, because we need you to be allies in more than just words. We need you to put people on the margins first, not business improvement associations.
Okay, thanks so much, Kit. Really appreciate you coming in.
Thank you.
Thank you
That's
for having me.
it for questions. Appreciate you calling in today. And now we're going to move to our next speaker. We have Sophia Siddle, speaker number 11.
Speaker number 11 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Tony Fung, speaker number 12. Tony Fung.
No, speaker 12 is not in the chamber nor on the line.
Thank you very much. We have speaker number 13, just one name, Maya. Speaker 13, Maya.
Hello, can you hear me?
Hi, we sure can. Can we have your last name, please?
I'd prefer to just keep it at Maya S.
Okay. Maya S., thank you so much. Please go ahead up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. I don't really have a prepared statement. I originally called in last week to talk about the underreporting, and I saw that it was already mentioned. But I guess what really wasn't mentioned were the reasons for underreporting and who's disproportionately affected by crime and inability to access justice and the repercussions of that. And I think we're really underestimating the scope of the issue, where there's a lot of reporting fatigue and a lot of lost public faith in process, which gets exacerbated when we hear dismissive comments by some activists or leaders that the city is safe or safer than ever, which rely just on reported facts. In particular, I think we're really underestimating the victims of crime who are among the most vulnerable. And that kind of comes from this weird conflation that I see of criminals being homeless people or being representative of homeless people, which when I do think that homeless people are often the most common victims of many of these crimes that just do not get reported. There's a lot of reasons why people underreport, like some of them have been mentioned with the inability to get through with dropped calls. So like, you see neighbors calling all the time saying, I've been on hold for 4 hours, they won't even send anyone or open a case file. There's also the inaccessibility of the process. There's English language barriers for sure. I know a lot of people, aunties in Chinatown and within BIPOC communities who don't feel like they can properly communicate when calling into police and feel like they're being told that they're wasting time, and so they don't call in. There's also a lot of people who are racialized, may not feel comfortable with police because of experiences where they have called as a victim, and then when police arrived on the scene, they were kind of treated as a perpetrator instead because of automatic assumptions that were made. If you do get through the process and get police to take it seriously, you go through the really challenging process of, going in, giving a statement, giving like a description if needed, and then finding out that charges get dropped, or like the BC prosecutors recommend non-charges, or like they go through the process, they do get convicted, and then their sentencing is one where they're still back out on the street. And then in that case, you're worried about retaliation because you have a target on your back because you might live in that same neighborhood as the person who has victimized you, including violent assault, but you have, because they're still being out there and they've kind of realized that there's no consequence for the crime, you're at a very real risk of being hurt again. And this is especially the case if you're in poverty, if you're on the street, or if you're a very identifiable or visible minority. So like thinking about seniors in Chinatown, if you have to walk everywhere because you don't have a car, and you do manage to report someone who has assaulted you and that person is back out on the street, now you're afraid that you're going to be targeted for having snitched on them, essentially. And this is exacerbated, especially for homeless people, because you don't have a place where you can necessarily hide after going through the reporting. And then, so basically, there becomes like a misalignment of incentives among people who don't ever see consequences for their actions, especially prolific offenders. And that leads to a lot of fear and trauma and underreporting by people who are particularly vulnerable. There's been a lot of focus on mental health and trauma and the low social determinants of health of chronic offenders, but no attention to the impacts on victims of violence, especially repeat violence. So like if you're an ethnic or religious minority, you might have homophobic or anti-religious or like racist slurs on top of the violence that you're inflicting. That takes a mental health toll on you. And so there's a commitment by the city to anti-racism, but nothing's being done on the disproportionate impacts on these particular groups. And the feelings of safety affect your quality of life. Like I myself, I was a victim of a violent crime when I was a child. The person who did it had a history of that sort of thing. So
Just take your time. We just hope you're doing okay there. If you wanted to take a break, we could have you come back, or you have about a minute left.
no, I can continue. So like I went through the process. I reported to police. Gave a statement. Like they didn't even call my parents initially, and then nothing happened. That person was still out. I saw them years later because they had a lot of hardship in their life, and so I guess I don't know if they just like were found not to be responsible for their actions, or because of the traumas that they had experienced growing up, they were deemed not to require custody. But like no one considered the impacts on me, right? Like I had to, for 20 years, I've had to live with the effects of that. I had to go to a pelvic physio, as a 12-year-old. It's very traumatizing.
Again, I'm so sorry to hear about this, and appreciate how difficult it is to share in this space. You do have questions from a couple of counselors. Are you feeling okay to respond to those questions?
Yes, I'm really sorry. I am, yeah.
No, we're sorry for what's happened to you, and appreciate you sharing, and understand it's very difficult. Councillor Dejanova, we have up to 3 minutes.
First of all, Maya, I just wanted to say you have nothing to be sorry for, and thank you for being so courageous and brave and sharing your story with us. If I ask you anything you don't want to answer, please don't answer it, and I'm going to try and be as sensitive as possible. In sharing your story with us and talking about, you know, being traumatized and being the victim of crime and having that inflicted on you by maybe an individual or individuals who also would be considered to be in vulnerable and marginalized groups. Um, can I ask you that you had talked about the trauma that had left with you? I'm trying to be high level here, but when you signed up to speak, you didn't want to give your last name. You also had noted that there are people who are out there who get very upset when other people speak of their truths about the violence that has happened to them. And I'm wondering if you feel that this is a safe space, or if you didn't feel that you'd be safe if you had to give your full name speaking here today.
I mean, I think a part of it is just stigma of sexual assault, especially as a child, is regardless of the subject matter. It's still something I'm aware. Like obviously as a kid, I had faults in it, but there's just I don't want people to Google my name and see this, and then that's the first thing they read about me. So it's not necessarily my perspectives. Like the need for privacy for me is more just that's a
I
personal part of
appreciate
my
that.
yeah.
I appreciate that so much, and thank you for sharing that answer with us. Can I ask you, where we're sitting right now, what would you ask council to do? What would make you feel safer in your city and, safer considering the trauma that's informed your experience, but also how you feel today in Vancouver?
So I don't feel safe in Vancouver. I've moved probably I think 5 times in the last 2 years. Part of that is parts of the city I lived in. Like I didn't feel like I could walk by myself at night. Like as a result of what I went through, I am hyper vigilant. I do think I'm a lot more anxious than most people are, but I have had other cases where, someone has made a very sudden movement towards me or has like said something hateful to me as I've been walking past, and that kicks in the hypervigilance into gear, I guess, as I'm walking. In terms of what city can do, I mean, there's a lot of things that you guys are considering, like surveillance and police presence and that sort of thing. And I guess what I want to say is that for some people who are underreporting, that might not actually get to the real issue. Like if your fear is, like, if you've been through an experience and nothing happened to the person who did some things to you, having more police isn't going to make you want to go through the process again, because in the end, it was, in my case, it was the court that kind of decided that. And so a lot of people, I think, don't even bother to engage with police because it just feels like it's a traumatizing process and it feels futile in the end. And so I don't know if it's a matter of, when you're dealing with upper levels of government, kind of communicating that to people, that like people are losing faith in the ability to be protected when they go for it. And then with retaliation in particular, like that makes it even harder. Like if you're, and like I spent a period of time where I was on the street when I was in my early 20s. And even within shelters, if someone steals your stuff or threatens you, there's nothing people do about it. So you don't report. So it's like the fear of retaliation is a big driver.
That's my time, Maya, but I really want to thank you for coming to speak to us today. Thank you so much.
Thank you. There are no other questions from counselors. So again, want to thank you for sharing your truth today, and take care of yourself. I really appreciate your input here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Council, we're on to speaker number 14, Sean Patrick Finnan.
Speaker 14 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Next, we have Karen Finnan. Speaker
Yes,
number
I'm on
50.
the line.
Yeah, thanks so much. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
All right, thank you. I'm a founding member of the Kitsilano Coalition. We're a grassroots movement of local businesses, strata councils, tenants, homeowners, seniors, and parents of school children who have joined forces to speak with a common voice on issues of importance to our community. The Kitsilano Coalition stands firmly behind the hardworking men and women of the Vancouver Police Department. But I can tell you that the perception of many in the community is that the City of Vancouver has been treating the police as an opponent or a nuisance rather than a partner in tackling the surge in crime, to the point that the city has actually proposed cuts to the public safety budget. We know from FOI requests that the VPD was not consulted when supportive housing projects are proposed, despite the fact that the city expects the VPD to respond to the problems that arise at these projects. With the current policy of dispersing supportive housing to every corner of the city, police resources are being spread thinner and thinner in complete disregard for concerns raised by the VPD. This results in longer wait times for police to arrive and increased numbers of calls that simply can't be answered. This puts the public at an elevated risk of being victimized by crimes for which no suspect is ever apprehended. Mental illness is a common thread to the random stranger attacks that are plaguing our city. People with sound mental health don't sucker punch visually impaired seniors in crosswalks or chase women down the sidewalk brandishing shards of broken glass. Advocates for the homeless estimate that at least 50% of the homeless in Vancouver suffer from mental illness. Deputy Chief Chow of the VPD has recently stated that 84% of police calls that involve mental illness involve danger, violence, or criminality. Yet the city and the province continue to push for the warehousing of large numbers of the mentally ill or addicted together in one building. Persons with mental health challenges or addiction cannot be expected to spontaneously heal themselves. Stacking these hapless individuals in single-room apartments and towers with many others with untreated mental health challenges and addictions is a recipe for conflict and violence. People are victimized in these projects by others who have mental health or addiction issues. The current provincial and city policy of housing the homeless in the tall towers also has the effect of marking the residents for victimization by criminals living outside the projects. It's equivalent to putting a bat signal on top of the project to help drug dealers and other thugs spot where to find large numbers of vulnerable people to victimize, one-stop shopping for the underworld. Putting supportive housing projects adjacent to transit stations compounds the problem by providing rapid access and escape by the victimizers, making effective policing impossible. Mental illness and addiction are significant root causes of crime and have to be tackled with a comprehensive strategy for treating the challenges faced by this vulnerable subset of the population so they don't end up victimizing each other and the communities in which they live. Simply warehousing them together in large congregate settings across the city has the effect of making every neighborhood unsafe. It's just a matter of time before someone gets killed by a person having a bad trip or a mental health breakdown. Why is the city sitting back and waiting for that to happen before stepping back from the failed housing first model, which has been proven to serve neither the mentally ill nor the communities into which these ill-conceived and poorly executed projects are thrust? I've heard today Councillor DiGenova asking callers whether supportive housing should not be built unless supportive services are provided. It must be recognized that tenants in supportive housing are not required to take treatment for mental illness or addictions. Providing wraparound services will not ensure that the surrounding neighborhood is safe from individuals who are afflicted by mental illness or addiction. This means that site selection and tenant composition must carefully consider the risks such projects pose to the particular community where the project is proposed, such as the presence of an adjacent school and a playground, rather than focusing on comparatively unimportant issues such as the shadowing that the building will cause. The size of the projects must also be modest to ensure that the community will be able to absorb the impact of the problems that will invariably arise. We have a lot of supportive and social housing in the Kitsilano area, and these projects are small scale, 3 to 4 stories, 30 to 40 residents. They blend seamlessly into the community because they are of a small scale and they're manageable. So that's what I'd like to say today. I'm happy to answer any questions that councillors or the mayor may have.
Thanks so much. I'm just checking here. I don't see any questions for you, but just want to say thanks so much. for calling in today. I'm going to move on to the next speaker. Council, the next speaker is Cheryl Grant, speaker number 16.
Speaker 16 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. The next speaker is Brandon Kuddick.
No, Speaker 17 is not on the line.
Thanks. Speaker number 18 is Wally Wargale.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me. I'm Wally Wargale, the Executive Director of the Gastown Business Improvement Society. I've been very privileged for the last year in this role in representing over 500 businesses in Gastown. I've also had the opportunity to build really solid relationships with some of the residents in this neighborhood and had a chance to talk with tourists who have visited our neighborhood over the course of the last few weeks, and can echo many of the things that have been talked about here today, as well as a couple weeks ago at the special meeting. I don't need to go into the details too much. I think we've all understood where our city currently is at, and the fact that I think we're reached this kind of pivotal point where our citizens have lost faith in their leaders, municipal, provincial, federal. We've heard all of the things here about the fact that we don't have enough support systems to support the folks that are suffering in our cities. We don't have enough housing. In conversations that we have with some of the folks that do use the streets of Gastown as a place to sleep, many of them don't feel safe in the housing that is available. Multiple times we have heard and have tried with 211 to get shelter space for many of these folks, and we hear time and time again they do not feel safe there, but yet we continue to build these unsafe places. We of course had the tragic incident of the fire of the SRO here in our neighborhood a few weeks back, and in talking with many of the folks who live in those spaces, who manage those spaces, they also say the same thing. These are not the kinds of housing that we need for our citizens. Yet we have a city that continues to protect these spaces. And I think there's just a question is, why do we do that? The thing I'm probably most disappointed with, though, is in a year's time, I've had 100 of these exact types of conversations. I've had it with many of the council. I've had it with many business leaders. I've had it with provincial leaders. We even had a meeting back in November with community leaders about these issues, and a city manager presented to this council a memo on December 16th last year that also outlined all these issues. I'm not sure why we have to continually have these conversations, but we continually do and see no real action. The sad part is, if you read that memo, you would see there are a list of action items that were part of the plan to fix some of these issues. And while I've gone through that list and see a couple of those have been implemented, we're still far away from some of the major changes that have to happen in order for our streets to feel safe again. And I'm going to just focus on the part that you all actually do have control over, which is the city budget and the city maintenance and the core services that have been lacking for so long. Just in a conversation I had last week with a tourist, she had asked me, like, what happened to Vancouver? This used to be one of our favorite places to visit. And I look at the city and I see garbage bins overflowing, feces all over the place, needles all over the place, streets that are in disrepair, especially in Gastown specifically, looking at the cobblestones that are missing and asphalt everywhere. Water Street almost unpassable by cars on these streets. And we continue for decades to let this decay happen. And this is a national historic site. And it is embarrassing that we have allowed what has happened to this neighborhood to happen. This council has an opportunity to fix that, to right this. We have the capital plan that is happening right now. And I appreciate the fact that we went from $0 to $6 million in that budget. It is not nearly enough to do what is necessary to fix this neighborhood and to bring it back to the gem that it needs to be and should be, and the centerpiece of this amazing city. We have a lot of work to do. and it has me concerned that that work is not happening. All we're doing is complaining. I'm sick of hearing complaints. I'd like to see some real action happen. We have businesses right now in our neighborhood who are considering leaving Vancouver. We've heard countless people here in this meeting and in countless meetings before this of residents leaving the neighborhood, leaving the city because they don't feel safe, they don't feel welcome. Now we're also having these conversations with businesses. One was a movie studio that has now moved some of their production to Toronto because they don't feel like they can it doesn't make sense for them to build things in their own backyard. It's shameful, and it's also hurtful from an economic perspective if we're going to have a real economic recovery. And for those who think that a broken window or graffiti is a victimless crime, it's not. There are small businesses who are just one window away from going out of business. There is a lack of real, I think, concentration on some of the root issues here. We've brought some of those to the province, and we are hoping that they also do their job. We know this isn't just the city's job. It's going to take a coordinated effort, and we really, really hope that we can get moving on this. And finally, I just want to talk about the lack of support services and the lack of housing. There are other alternatives to fixing some of these issues that we see on our streets. I have provided to each of you the work of SFU's Karma program. It is time for other alternative methods to be considered. And I encourage this council to have a meeting with Dr. Summers. He is waiting for that phone call so that he can talk to you about this program. No one is saying we abolish what's currently in place, even though it is not effective and is not working. And it is time for us to look at alternative ways to hopefully helping these folks and to help our fellow citizens get back on track. And I'll leave it at that.
Councillor Kirby-Young has questions for you.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Wally, for speaking. I have one question for you, and just kind of summing it up. You're really saying that if you keep doing what you've always done, you're going to get what you've always gotten, and we're getting more of it. So you're talking fundamentally about a paradigm shift, doing some things differently, and having some courage to challenge the status quo of how we've been trying to deal with the issues. Is that a fair takeaway?
Yeah, I think that's exactly correct. I think, when you look at just the Karma program, and a year ago I knew nothing about this. All I knew was over a decade of being in this neighborhood, I saw a movement from real empathy that this neighborhood had in a way of working together with many different socioeconomic groups, moved to a point of apathy because there was just so much decay happening around our streets, and yet we continue to do the same things. It's just time to look at some alternative ways to get things done, and to see a real investment from the city on some of the core services. Just the effect of having large enough garbage bins in tourist areas and having lights that work and clean. Those are some of the things that we have ability to change today. And to make a difference. This whole broken windows theory is true. And if we can do that, I would hope that we would see some other changes happen as well.
Okay, thanks. I'll leave it there. We have a lot of speakers, but I appreciate the additional perspective. Thank you.
Thanks so much. That's it for questions. So I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thanks for coming in today. We have speaker number 20, Alexandra Trottier.
Speaker 20 is not on the line.
Thanks. So speaker 21, Diane Gillis.
Me the opportunity to share. I'll stick to a couple of points. As public and personal health requires members of the public to advise their doctors of symptoms of illness they might have, so does public and personal safety require members of the public to let police know of incidents or signs of safety being compromised at risk. There has recently been concern raised regarding some British Columbians not having access to a family physician to let them know of symptoms of illness. I am concerned that a similar level of concern has not been recognized by those who can address the challenges people in several municipalities are experiencing and have for several years when trying to let police know of suspicious activity and criminal activity that has occurred. Late last month, there was media coverage regarding non-emergency calls to police being abandoned by callers. I was reassured when Vancouver Police Department Chief Palmer said during a TV interview that Vancouver police personnel are not those answering the calls. When people express concerns to me regarding long wait times when calling police with an non-emergency report, causing some people to also express concern with police, I'm sure to share that the calls are not answered by police or police department detachment employees. It is people at ECOM, an agency contracted to take non-emergency and emergency calls for some policing agencies. Last month, I made a non-emergency call to report a drug deal I witnessed in the afternoon. I first called that afternoon, but after waiting on hold, I had to abandon the call as I had an appointment. I called again at 10:32 p.m. that evening. I was on hold until 12:46 a.m. That's 2 hours and 14 minutes. And at that time, I did not think there would be many of us trying to report activity such as a drug deal in a quiet residential neighborhood. The license plate I provided was that of a drug dealer known to police. I'm aware of non-emergency calls being answered by ECOM call takers who have declined to take reports. In one case, the person that brought this to me, I asked him to call again. Please send me the video surveillance he wanted to provide, please. I forwarded the surveillance to our Metro Vancouver Transit Police neighborhood officer, who was able to identify the offender on the video surveillance and provide this information to the officer assigned the file after the second call taker took the report. Transit police have maintained their in-house call taking, which I've not heard any nor experience of delays. They also have a text option for reporting, which is also promptly responded to. I'm also aware of 911 calls on hold when, for example, a woman called as her elderly dad was having chest pain, and a retail loss prevention officer and his team were following a man who had taken merchandise of significant value from the store where they were employed. That was a medical emergency and a crime in progress. Just recently, on a Monday afternoon, I called 911 as a man who was either suffering a psychotic episode or under the influence of a drug came running and screaming onto our street, hiding briefly behind a car, then running and jumping 3 feet plus, straight up into the yard, then lying on his back to make a phone call. He hid in foliage in the yard until a car pulled onto the street, ran to get in the passenger seat. The license plate provided to police identified the car as belonging to a woman who had multiple interactions with police due to her suffering with mental illness. Police not only need to have an accessible system through which police can report suspicious and criminal activity, our healthcare system must provide care for those suffering with mental illness and self-medicating or otherwise using illicit drugs. When I started my nurses training 50 years ago, it included caring for and treating those with mental illness. Virtually all the people left the hospital care to live full lives, not just exist on streets or in parks and self-medicate with illicit drugs to numb the pain of their untreated mental illness. Our current healthcare system, abdicating the responsibility of accessible, effective care for those suffering with mental illness, has caused police involvement, though mental illness is not a crime. Optimizing public safety includes steps that will also stop the misplaced criticism and inappropriate expectations of police. I humbly suggest referencing previous Vancouver Mayor Philip Owen's 4-pillar strategy, which focused on prevention, harm reduction, treatment, and enforcement. And I believe surveillance cameras of public streets would at least assist with prevention, harm reduction, identification of offenders, and enforcement. A recent letter in a Vancouver paper included the following query: what are you doing on the street that requires privacy? And in closing, and to quote Sir Robert Peel, the police are the people and the people are the police. Please ensure that we can assist police to optimize our own and others' personal and public safety, and please advocate on behalf of those suffering with untreated mental illness and illicit drug use. Thank you for giving me this opportunity.
Thanks. You do have questions from Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much for sharing your experience. And that must be really frustrating to call and, dedicate hours to waiting on the phone and then call back. And then it takes another 2 hours waiting on the phone. When Chief Palmer was speaking to us, he said, regarding crimes being underreported and the issues with e-com and 70,000 calls that are abandoned a year, that we can drop crime to zero in the city if we just don't answer the calls. I'm wondering if you think maybe when some people suggest crime is down, it's because there are people not reporting crimes for the reasons that you've stated, that they don't have that dedication. They can't take that time away from what they're doing, or they feel that nothing's going to be dealt with or nothing's going to happen.
Well, as Chief Palmer said, you could go down to zero. I mean, if people cannot report. But the other concern I have is if people can't report early indications or a crime about to take place, it will be worse. And if there isn't the reporting, police can't act. So I think it more enables those who do commit crimes.
Okay, so you think that it actually um, it emboldens people who are committing these crimes, that they know that police don't have the capacity and that people are going to turn a blind eye if they feel that it's not going to be dealt with?
I'm just saying that just looking at things logically, if somebody doesn't think anything's going to happen, and as I said, some people have given up calling. I've had businesses say, I can't stay on hold. I've got a business to run. But to think 2 hours and 16 minutes in the late night, it's an indication. I think those committing crimes probably, they don't see the response. So I would think it would embolden and worsen the level of crime.
So what I think about when you say that, and I'm wondering if you'd agree with me, is like the people that we've heard about that are, committing crime, and maybe even in neighborhoods like Chinatown, are emboldened then to climb up, on an awning and start sawing down a light or a lamp because, they haven't gotten caught for all of the other things they've done. So now they feel bolder and that they can keep stepping that up. Is that something that you're seeing?
I think just, yes, I do think it is contributing to more and bolder crime.
Thank you for sharing your experience with us and for speaking to council.
Well, thank you very much for the opportunity.
Thanks so much. That is it for questions for you. Thanks very much for participating today in this meeting. Council, we have enough time for one more speaker, I think. We have speaker number 24, Jonathan Morris.
Hello there, Mayor. Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Thank you, Mayor. Mayor and Council, thank you for the opportunity to provide some brief remarks this afternoon at this special council meeting on public safety and violent crime citywide. My name is Johnny Morris. I'm the CEO at the Canadian Mental Health Association's provincial office, and listening in this afternoon is Ruby Ng, who's the CEO for the Canadian Mental Health Association's Vancouver-Fraser branch, which serves the residents of Vancouver. Today, I'm joining you from ancestral, unceded and unsurrendered Lekwungen-speaking territories. I've appreciated listening to each of the presentations at the last council session a couple of weeks ago and today. And at the first segment of this meeting 2 weeks ago, it was reassuring to hear such a strong emphasis from the General Manager of Arts, Culture and Community Services at the city on the critical importance of taking action on public safety and violent crimes through a social determinant and equity-driven lens. I plan to speak briefly on two issues this afternoon. First, issues related to mental health, mental illness, violence, and impacts related to stigma, discrimination, and social exclusion. And second, our recent experience developing and launching peer-integrated, peer-led civilian responses to mental health crisis on the North Shore and piloting in New West and Victoria. We've been campaigning to reduce stigma among people living with mental illness since our founding in 1952 in BC, and on diverting people living with mental illness from contact with the criminal justice system for over 20 years. On this first issue, this conversation in response to public safety and violence will continue. Influential leaders and the media can play an important role in challenging stigma and stereotypes about mental illness in the context of this conversation. They can also inadvertently reinforce stigma, stereotypes, and the criminalization of people living with mental illness and who use substances. Substantial stigma can be generated and reinforced by very rare, highly shocking, and well-publicized instances of violence by people affected by very serious, untreated illness. And it's really important to remember that mental illness does not fully capture the breadth, depth, and types of mental health problems that people experience. In any messaging where there's a threat of mental illness and violence, it's so critical to be specific and to speak only following authoritative confirmation that mental illness or addiction are factors. Messaging that violence, in quotes, appears to be related to mental illness is not good enough and frankly fuels stigma and is likely to exacerbate the very problems at the heart of this discussion. It is important to not inadvertently reinforce a link that might not be there, and we must put violence in context. Violence by people living with mental illness is rare, and we must avoid implying people living with particular illnesses are violent. Research shows and has shown for years that most people with mental illness are not violent, and most people who are violent do not have a mental illness. Most people diagnosed with a mental illness are significantly more likely to be victims rather than the perpetrators of violence. And when people with mental illness are violent, there are often other systemic and social factors involved. Finally, there are factors that can increase the risk of violence amongst everyone, whether or not they have a mental illness or not. These include alcohol use, substance use, a history of trauma, or high availability of firearms or other weapons. On the second issue, at the Canadian Mental Health Association, we respond to the experiences of people in crisis on a daily basis, and we hear their calls for how things need to change when it comes to crisis care. We know individuals, families, and communities need care, compassion, and support, and we know people want to maintain their dignity and autonomy in a crisis. A few weeks ago, the province announced a $1.26 million investment to develop, launch, and expand civilian-led peer-assisted care teams on the North Shore, Victoria, and in New Westminster. And this investment takes us all a step closer to a scenario where more families or individuals in crisis can request a community and health response to offer help and hope. Response teams include a mental health professional and a peer support worker responding in person, by phone, or by text. They do not include police representatives as part of the response. They are not dispatched by police, and they are different and additive to the joint response models outlined by Chief Palmer at the last meeting. Those in the North Shore, where we have a live pilot, are currently helped in English and Farsi, and that team has taken close to 300 calls where they've been able to divert from the emergency department and from police during the majority of those contacts. Our recent work and the province's investment aligns well with the comprehensive and responsive recommendations, including in the Special Committee on Reforming the Police Act report recently released. And we're also grateful and looking forward to the opportunity to contribute our learnings with these packed peer-assisted teams as part of our involvement at the City of Vancouver's Alternatives to 911 Working Group. We're very grateful to be at that table alongside others. Thank you for the opportunity, Mayor and Council, to bring you these remarks this afternoon.
Thank you. You do have a number of questions. Council, we're not going to be able to get those all in unless we have a motion to extend. Anybody want to do that?
Second, Councillor DeGenova.
So moved, but Dominato.
Okay, all in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great, we're extended to finish the speakers. Councillor Dominato, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks, Mayor. Thanks, Johnny, for calling in today. You really hit on something that I think a lot of people are wrestling with is the conflating of the issues around mental illness and addictions and violence. You touched on that. How could you expand on that, and how do we have a conversation about these issues and not conflating them, as you point out? And speaking from experience, of my mother-in-law is sitting in a psychiatric ward at this time and is not a violent person. Could you comment on that and how we have these conversations?
Yes, I mean, I live with a mental illness, and I'm not violent. I have people in my workplace who live with mental illnesses are not violent, and so it's the precision of how we use language in and around describing these incidents and recognizing that mental illness as a catch-all doesn't describe the experience of everyone, and we have to avoid the fallback strategy of trying to understand incomprehensible things, awful things with profound impacts upon people as the result of a mental illness. Sometimes violence happens because violence happens and there's no root at the cause of that related to a mental illness of any kind. So my advice would be for us to use precision. I've seen social media posts that describe unprovoked stranger attacks appearing to be related to mental illness. And appearing is not good enough. If there are confirmed authoritative claims that mental illness, untreated mental illness was absolutely a driver, yes, we need to investigate that and make that claim. But without that authoritative claim, we really do risk setting back the movement of reducing stigma significantly, Councillor Dominato.
Thank you. I really appreciate that. And just because I won't have a lot of time, a very specific question. With the pilots that you've undertaken on the North Shore and in Victoria, is the province funding those? Is that a partnership? How is that working from a funding standpoint?
Yes, the funding's received from Central Treasury out of central government, so it's not intruding upon any municipal budget. And so it came out of this last budget 22, a distinct amount to pilot expansion and development of new teams across those 5 municipalities, really to build the business case this year. And we received continued interest from municipalities along the way. We're very grateful for municipal leadership. The City of New West and the City of Victoria are just 2 examples that come to mind. We've got good support on the North Shore too, where they've really also kicked in their own support in staff time and collaboration. But the actual investment that was announced a few weeks ago is net new money from the provincial budget, Councillor.
Thank you. I really appreciate you calling in today. Thank you. Thanks, Mayor.
Thank you.
Councillor Boyle, up to 3.
Thanks so much. I had similar questions to Councillor Dominato, so appreciate her going first and you making the time to call in. I'm interested also to hear a bit more about the pilots. The city launched a Better Together peer response pilot in the city. Have you and your team been involved in that?
Thank you, Councillor, for your question. No, we're very mindful and respectful that there's some grassroots peer-led work happening in the city of Vancouver that we really want to learn from and engage with, often very peer-led. And we've heard of some really important examples within the context of the downtown east side. That particular peer work, Councillor, we're not involved with, but I imagine, given our invitation and participation at the Alternatives to 911 working group that the city's created, we'll be able to leverage and learn. There's interest, I think, in getting it right and doing it well in these other municipalities, but we're very interested in sharing what we learn with City of Vancouver elected officials and also staff as we move forward.
Okay, thanks. And I'm curious, in the pilots that you've started, my understanding is there's a separate phone number that can be called to access them. Are they also calls that are being diverted through 911 to those pilot services?
An excellent question. On the North Shore, it's a direct access point currently through the Canadian Mental Health Association's North and West Vancouver branch. And so it's not routed through the e-com system, though there are conversations there. We recognize that people at times do not feel safe calling 911 for any of the responses for a whole host of reasons that council is likely aware of. There is a broad conversation starting to develop around a 4th mental health option. There's a few folks advocating for that, and that could become part of the dispatch frame. The City of Toronto have really, I think, figured this out with triage and dispatch in a good way, and would invite council to spend some time with City of Toronto staff. They've really done some good thinking there. We're trying to crack that nut here in BC, just given the role of e-com call takers and the differences across the way. But what we have learned from people who have experienced challenging interfaces with police is that an array of doors to this service is so critical, 911 being one door, and then other doors where a community agency does its own dispatch is also very, very important for safety too.
Thank you. I appreciate that. I have one quick question in my last moment, which is we certainly hear, as you noted, a lot of stigmatizing language around mental health. If there are particular resources that you recommend, even us as council, read in terms of shifting our own language and being able to better correct public language we hear to not worsen the problem, I would welcome that being circulated to us or sent to me and I can circulate. Thank you for your time.
And yeah, if I may, Mayor, yes, we'd be happy to resource you with some. We've been writing about this for a number of years, and it's a very lovely invitation, so we'd be happy to share that with council. Thank you.
Thank you.
Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, thanks so much for coming in. I've got 2 questions. One is, would the CMA be into working with Vancouver to expand this peer-assisted model here?
Thanks, Councillor Swanson. We would be very interested. We've had I think mixed feedback along the way around, just given the diversity and complexity and the magnitude of the city, how it might work. But the City of Toronto has figured this out, and I think there's lots to learn there. They've recently launched 4 teams, including an Indigenous-led team in the City of Toronto. There's real openness from the provincial office at CMHA to engage with city staff and council on what might be possible. I think proving us out this year in New West, the North Shore and Victoria will be key to see how this works in the ecosystem of the province. But Councillor Swanson, we're very interested in sharing all that we can learn this year with the City of Vancouver, and also being very, very respectful of grassroots efforts that are currently underway.
Okay, thanks. The other question I have is about the stigmatizing that you were talking about. We get lots of emails, and they're speakers too, from folks who say things like, we can't have supportive housing that houses people with mental illness and people who use drugs because it's close to children. So there's the stigmatizing assumption there that if you need supportive housing that you're dangerous to children. And I'm just keep struggling with how to intervene in that, or how to try and point out in a way that people can hear that they are being stigmatizing. Do you have any ideas?
Yes, I mean, we've struggled with this too over the years. On the one hand, really holding the impact of certain things that happen in community upon residents. We do hold that and respect that. And remembering ultimately we are talking about human beings living with health conditions that lead to profound distress. And for the person experiencing that, we typically center pathology and problems in people. And we've done that for years, and we continue to criminalize folks. And I think rather than be hard on the people, and a number of speakers have said this, let's be hard on the systems and the social context that contributes to these challenges. And that's big order work, right? But I think if we always remember we're talking about human beings, and what we have seen is just a consistent over many decades, irrespective of political party, underinvestment in community-based mental health care. We need to make sure we don't suffer from a lack of imagination and creativity and care when it comes to responding to these complexities. And it is, I think, remembering I live with a mental illness, and Councillor Dominato has spoken about her family experience. We are talking about people and people in distress, and institutionalization doesn't work. We've seen that fail. So how do we realize the full imagination of what we need in community, and also push back on stigma, which ultimately thwarts our efforts to get care at the right time to people in need of that care?
Thank you. Councillor Deschanel, the last question. Go ahead.
Thanks so much. Really appreciate you spending the time speaking with us. Last week, we heard from Dr. JJ Sidhu from Vancouver Coastal Health when he presented, and he said that Vancouver Coastal Health, that he canvassed his nurses, mental health workers, that they couldn't do their work without the VPD. So I'm just wondering if you have any comments on the VPD's program and their approach with mental health, and how does it compare to other places? Because what I'm hearing is you're working with other places to fill gaps, but I'm trying to understand where it is you and your organization thinks we fall, sort of if in comparison to other municipalities.
Thanks for your question. I would be the first to say that we would be, as an agency, we are incredibly distressed and concerned when anyone is injured or killed during an interaction, and there have been a number of interactions over the years where police, not just VPD, but across the province and the country, and we need to course correct on that and make sure we get to zero in all of those instances, and that really does require a reduction in the number of contacts where police are called upon to people in distress. And we see in Sweden, they dispatch a mental health ambulance, and they've had to rely upon police minimally in cahoots and elsewhere. And so we do need to swing that pendulum back. And we recognize that Vancouver Police, and not only them, but other police departments, are part currently of a continuum of care. And our argument is let's build up the toolbox along that continuum of care so that we can reduce reliance upon sending a police response to health emergencies. The number of cases we hear where police have had to respond to someone experiencing a panic attack, someone who's experiencing thoughts of suicide because they're depressed, including people hearing voices, all of those pieces, we need to reorient the system fundamentally. And we're trying to beef up the part of the system with civilian-led, peer-led responses where we rely on police less and can free police up to attend to their mandate of response.
I understand that. I'm sorry, I just have very little time left, so I'm wondering, but where do we fall currently on having those sort of de-escalated responses compared to other municipalities? What's your opinion, your organization's opinion, with our programs with VPD?
Well, I would say the availability of resources in Vancouver contrasts with rural and remote parts of BC. I think it's on a par with what we have in Victoria, where there's quite a lot of emphasis on joint response to the CAR 87 model. So I think you stack comparably with Victoria, and then also police go alone to responses. We would like to see a world where police respond alone much less to mental health emergencies. Joint response where it's needed and required, but where we really ramp up civilian and peer-led where we can. So I'd say you're comparable to Victoria. But my last comment, Mayor and Council, 2 weeks ago, Mayor Eric Adams, the new mayor of New York, invested $55 million in non-police-driven behavioral health teams. City staff asked for about $61 million, and he came in at $55 million. I think is a bold statement that civilian health and social responses can really swing that pendulum from relying upon police as the default mental health responder in the province, which I think all of us want to move away from.
Thank you so much for your time today. I don't see any other questions, but really appreciate your contribution. Thanks again.
Thank you so much, Mayor and Council.
Thanks, Council. So we're at 5:06, Council. We'll come back at, say, 6:10 to continue with hearing speakers. Thank you so much, and we'll see you at 6:10.
Hi, Kirsty. It's Rowena. Are you able to hear me? Hi, Kirsty. It's Rowena. Are you able to hear me?
Hi, Rowena. I can hear you.
Perfect. Thank you very much. I'm going to keep you muted until we get underway, okay?
Okay, perfect. Thank you.
I kind of have to leave it on though.
We're ready to go.
Great, thanks, Council. So we are on speaker number 25, who is Curtis Robinson. Curtis Robinson, speaker number 25.
Speaker 25 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Eric Hershen, speaker number 26.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes. Whenever you're ready, please go ahead.
Okay, thank you for the opportunity to speak. First of all, I just want to acknowledge that we're sitting on the ceded territory of the foreign-owned condo. Second, I just want to talk about the inaction and the excuses and the denial of a lot of members of council regarding crime. And a lot of the crime that's committed in the city is committed against vulnerable people. And I'm just curious how they square the circle of having crime committed against vulnerable people and the inaction that they've had in this regard. Who are they protecting by having high crime? There's no doubt the city has a crime problem, and there's no doubt that the city is not safe. So who wins in this scenario? Is it the criminals? Is it the victims? Who are you protecting? And I just want to give a list of some of the crimes that I've been a victim of. And this is just normal. Crime is normalized in the city. And we're talking about bike accessory theft. We're talking about assault in Emery Barnes Park. We're talking about my storage locker was broken into. The $2,500 bicycle was broken into in the bike cage of the building downtown. Verbal abuse on the bus, slurs, even racial slurs. And this is normal in the city. So every crime is a violation of human rights. And the city is an ongoing nemesis, and the council has to take it seriously, which they haven't. They've been in complete denial. I also want to ask Adam Palmer a question. He often talks about how the judiciary is allowing, repeat offenders out, and he blames a lot of this on the judiciary. But where is he when it comes to calling out the John Horgan and Mike Farnwell and David Eby? Where are the action items for those gentlemen? He has a subservient relationship to the upper echelon of government, and it harms the individual. He has to be much more assertive in having action items for public safety. So just a couple more points here. Well, that's basically it. Those are my basic points. I'm very disgusted as a citizen of Vancouver about, like I said, the inaction, the denial, and the excuses by council and the mayor. And one final point is we have to think about who is qualified to speak about crime. A lot of you don't have a criminal record, and so you obviously value crime-free life. But there's one person on council who does have a criminal record, and I don't think he's particularly qualified to speak about crime. Anyways, that's it. Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak. Bye-bye.
Thank you for calling in tonight. I don't see any questions for you, and I'll just move on to the next speaker. Thank you so much. Speaker number 27 is Stephen Hand. Stephen Hand, speaker number 27.
Speaker 27 is not on the line.
Thanks, clerks. We have speaker number 28, M. Wickham. M. Wickham?
Yes. Yes.
Hi there.
Can you hear me?
Please.
I have slides.
Okay. Clerks, do you have those?
Yes, we're putting them up right now.
Great. Okay, thanks. I'll wait till the slides are up, and then I can start your timer.
Okay. Wonderful. Thank you. All
right, tell me when it's up.
I think they're there already. Please go ahead.
Okay, wonderful. Okay, good evening, Mayor and councilors. I'm Marlene from Vancouver. First slide. The palpable letdowns in public safety. To recap, April 28th, Chief Palmer said that no one is in charge of public safety and different government departments are working in silos. The BIA's asked, who is going to stop vandalism and random acts of violence? The City Department for Arts and Culture and the Parks Board talked about social determinants of health, placemaking activities, and their plans for the homeless. Next slide. On May 5th, in response to public concerns, Attorney General David Eby gave his creative solution for repeat offender violent crime, which was a 120-day-long study to determine compulsory supports and programs that could respond to the unique needs of this group of offenders. In the words of Vaughn Palmer, the letdown was palpable. My response to Honorable David Eby is, one, instead of losing another valuable tourism season due to violent crime, put violent criminals in jail or colony farms for the next 120 days and see what happens. Two, it's time to admit that deinstitutionalization of some people with severe mental illness was a failure. The creation of the 3 complex care model sites is a testament to this failure. 3, the dangerous mental health effects of methamphetamine can no longer be ignored. Next slide. My response to the BIAs, no one is going to save you. Bureaucrats don't seem interested when regular Vancouver residents and neighborhood groups stand up for their interests. BIAs, you have to organize and save yourselves. The public will follow. Demand politicians that represent you de-elect the ones that don't. In terms of public safety, the BIA's interests align with the majority. BIAs promote successful small business and functional, orderly, safe neighborhoods for people to do business in. Violence and vandalism in cities is a Canada-wide problem, and you will find solidarity with other BIAs and citizens at large. Next slide. My response to the City of Vancouver is, one, homelessness is a complex topic deserving its own public forum, and housing doesn't deal with violent crime. Homelessness needs its own unique department and not be separated into more silos. Next slide. What does Vancouver plan for? The Vancouver plan mentions resilience against earthquakes and climate change, but nothing about public safety that we are all concerned about. The Broadway plan has nothing about public safety. So, some cities designed for women, next slide, some for children, next slide, or even use second-generation septet to figure out compatible use of land, like Saskatoon. Vancouver is into inclusive neighborhoods and put a safe injection site and hotel turned shelter turned SRO, besides seniors, families with young children, and a toddler park in Yaletown. And fresh from Twitter, the OPS has had its lease extended until 2024. Talk about incompatible uses of land. And very soon, a terminal subway station and bus loop at Broadway and Arbutus, with increased access of drug dealers into the area, plus a 164-foot high, low barrier housing, supportive of drug use, and no criminal background checks, beside a women's abstinence-based recovery house, seniors housing, elementary school, and toddler park. This isn't stigmatization. Drug use is not compatible with abstinence-based housing, children, and a toddler park. And no parent wants their child to have the devastating experience that our previous speaker, Maya had, and having her trauma outranked by that of a perpetrator. The Honorable David Eby, Attorney General, Minister responsible for housing, and local MLA, with an abundance of control over and conflicts of interest in this area, approves of this inclusive neighborhood plan. Next slide. At present, single-family home areas have the lowest rates of crime. With the plan for densification to rental high-rises, there will be a loss of physical connection to the street. With turnover of rental population, there are fewer caring, personally connected eyes on the street. With all the talk of inclusiveness, but a lack of value for what our neighbors think, how does Vancouver plan to facilitate relationship building, cohesion, trust, and safety in Vancouver? Without a competent, caring plan involving existing people in our neighborhoods, I fear that we are in store for more palpable letdowns in public safety. Thank you.
Thanks. You do have a question from Councillor Hardwick. Go ahead, Councillor Hardwick, up to 3 minutes.
Thank you very much. That went by very quickly. I just wanted to confirm that you have shared your slides with and hopefully your remarks with council. Have you?
I didn't. I haven't done a separate submission. I don't know. I don't think I can do another submission through the. Well, I guess I can use the general form. Sure.
I will.
You can just email it to mayor and council through our
Okay.
individuals. Anyhow, I'd appreciate it, and I'm sure all of council will. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you.
Thanks. That is it for questions. Thank you so much for calling in this evening, and I'm going to move to the next speaker. We have Shirley, no last name in person, clerks.
Speaker 29 is not in the chamber.
Okay. Thanks so much. I'm going to move on to speaker number 30, Ronell Samus. Ronell Samus, speaker number 30.
No, speaker number 30 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 31 is Douglas Ferguson.
Hi.
Hi there. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Yeah, okay. So as mentioned, my name's Douglas Ferguson, and I work in Chinatown. I've been working in Chinatown for the past few years, 3 or 4 years. I'd like to open up with a quote from writer C.S. Lewis, who you probably know, written the classic children's book, Lion, the Witch, and the Wardrobe. It goes like this. We all want progress, but if you're on the wrong road, progress means doing an about turn and walking back to the right road. In that case, the man who turns back soonest is the most progressive. And the reason why I bring this up is because I've noticed, since working in Chinatown, how this idea and this sort of fiction that we don't need more police officers has created such a problem with the Chinatown community. I mean, I know personally, and I know lots of people within the Chinatown community who would benefit greatly from more police patrolling Chinatown. I go to work there like every morning, and it's just a given that I am going to have to deal with either human feces or people barking at passersby. A lot of them seniors, a lot of Chinese Canadian seniors, may I add, and I also work right next to a seniors home, and it's heartbreaking to see say an 85-year-old Chinese woman with her walker, and she has to walk past people shooting up and smoking crack or leaving their their shopping carts or whatever on their walkway, so they can't even go down. They can't even use their wheelchair accessible, equipment that's at the building. And this constant erosion, I mean, my goodness, I'll tell you, I remember last year even, there was members of these seniors, I don't know what group they were. It was a group of Chinese Canadian seniors, and they were all composing and practicing for this Chinese opera. And they were all singing together, and they were practicing out in this courtyard. And man, I'm telling you, it broke my heart because while they were singing this beautiful music, there's people smoking crack and shooting up around them, and there's human feces, and there's needles, and there's there's garbage everywhere. And I'm just like, how is this progress? This is not progress. And somewhere along the line, I just feel like everything has just gone way to one side of the debate, to the point where it's crazy. We live in a place that looks like ruins. I remember even going to one of the shops there, at the Dollarama, and the woman who'd been working there for years, she says, the city is trying to make Chinatown, and this is her, what she said. She goes, the city's trying to make Chinatown into crazy town, because she has to deal with all this abuse that comes from a lot of the people that are with addiction issues that come in and out. And I remember I'd worked there. When I'd go work there earlier, when the sun would rise, I used to get there early. I would watch it was like a migration of people bringing in stolen goods through Chinatown, children's bikes, motorcycles, barbecues, into through Chinatown, and then Chinatown's at risk of getting stolen goods. So they'd make their way to the markets on East Hastings. This is crazy. I mean, why is it that those that work in Chinatown or the residents in Chinatown have no voice here? We feel like our voices are not being heard, and every day that I go to work is a trauma. It's traumatizing because I'm going to be, if I'm like, oh, excuse me, sir, could you maybe not, shoot up at where I work or whatever. I know that this person is going to get angry at me, and even going to McDonald's, like last month I went to McDonald's and this woman whipped out a giant knife that could honestly, it would have sliced it would have killed a bear, and she started attacking somebody in the McDonald's at the International Mall, and so I immediately just vacated. It was terrifying. I mean, it's like that movie, like Escape from New York with Kurt Russell. I mean, this is what's happening. I mean, we need to see more police patrolling.
Thank you. You're at your 5 minutes. Appreciate you calling.
Thank you.
I don't see any questions for you, so I am going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Council, next speaker is speaker number 32, Scott Shepherd.
No, not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 33, Jordan Eng.
Hi there. Can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay. Thank you. Mayor, council members, city staff, and fellow speakers. This is Jordan Eng. I'm the president of the Vancouver Chinatown BIA, and I would like to thank City Council for convening this meeting on public safety. Because as you've heard from the last speaker, and it's really heartbreaking to listen to him, that safety is a major issue threatening Chinatown. Many of you know and remember Chinatown as a once vibrant neighborhood with curio shops, bustling streets, sights and sounds not found in other parts of the city, an inclusive and diverse neighborhood of rich and poor people, doctors and lawyers, fishmongers and vegetable shopkeepers. And despite the demographic change in the city over the last several decades and the proliferation of other Asian-focused neighborhoods, Chinatown remains a living community of residences and businesses. Uniquely, it's a living room for our elders, our seniors, and it provides them a place of community, familiarity, and a sense of comfort. But over the last 2 years with COVID, the major concerns continually come back to us, and those are safety and security, anti-Asian racism, social disorder, garbage, and graffiti. And, we've talked to many on council, we've talked to city staff, and the community leaders have gotten together, and what are they telling me? That Chinatown is under siege, health and safety are the most important issues facing Chinatown, and safety and security above all consideration is what's an issue. For our community, the results of social disorder, mental health issues, and aggressive perceived or real on regular folks. That's happening. That's happening on us every day. And how do we measure ourselves and where we become a neighborhood where we can welcome people? Well, if you're a grandmother who has worked her whole life quietly contributing to society, helping building the city, is not able to walk down these streets where she calls home, we have a problem. My concern is what's happening on the street is driving away good businesses that create the vibrancy of the neighborhood. It's keeping the locals, visitors, residents, and tourists away because of fear for their safety. And as this accelerates, the retail stores, which are the essence of our neighborhood, will continue to close. We already have the highest retail vacancy in the city, not to mention the city-owned Chinatown Parkade Plaza. For us at the VCBIA, we are always committed to working on solutions in collaboration with community groups, our neighbors in the downtown east side, and the city. This neighborhood is too valuable to lose. We have a history longer than the city of Vancouver. I don't want to repeat the statistics provided by Chief Palmer the other day because we at the ground level feel like we are in ground zero with much that has been tolerated and not reported. Recognizing what we experience is no longer just a Chinatown problem. What is extremely troubling, though, in our neighborhood is the anti-Asian racist overtone that this that shadows this community. But I'm not here just to complain. I want to echo what Chief Palmer called for, which was a holistic approach, and to pull out all the tools out of his toolbox for solutions. The VPD can't do it alone, but we would like to thank the VPD for its support for the community over the last several years in particular. But there's a parallel need for social support and mental health services, in particular at the end of each month when it becomes acutely noticeable in the neighborhood. The Attorney General has called for a report on how to creatively deal with repeat offenders. 120 days is a long time to wait for those impacted today. It may be a small step forward, but we ask you also to consider supporting the call for restorative justice. One program that is particularly important to Chinatown, funded through the Chinatown Transformation Team, is the Community Stewardship Program. Funding is scheduled to stop at the end of this year, and we encourage you to support its continuation. Through this peer-based neighborhood engagement, their work in the community is an important alternative approach and less threatening than interactions with security and BPD. We also ask for more or increased micro-cleaning in the neighborhood, streets and sidewalks. We request continued support for feces removal programs, but request more public toilets. We congratulate engineering for reinstating the outdoor patio program, which had a bit of a hiccup at the start. But we also request more lighting in the street light.
Thanks, you are at your 5 minutes, but you have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes, please.
Okay.
Hi, Jordan. Let me start with you've named, and I really appreciate it, a number of different solutions in addition to the mental health services. So let's start with lighting, because Chinatown has very unique lighting with the dragon lights. What kind of lighting are you envisioning or in your request to have more in the neighborhood?
Well, as you mentioned, the dragon lights are nice and beautiful for the neighborhood. It was a program done by the Vancouver Chinatown Merchants Association, which represent the legacy businesses, but it doesn't light the streets and the corners, and so it looks dark and allows places for people to do the vandalism and mischief that we've seen in the neighborhood.
Okay, so is it important that the lighting is unique to the neighborhood, or is it just really about quality lighting that is bright and makes people feel comfortable walking around at this point?
I think it's putting more lighting to make people feel more comfortable in the neighborhood and prevent as crime prevention as well.
Okay. Moving on to other questions, do you feel that your concerns are being discounted in favor of the broader social issues right now?
I do. I know there's issues in the downtown east side in general, and we're supportive of the initiatives on that side. But there's a level of accountability and issues that need to be dealt with in Chinatown, and we seem to be the small, just because of our kind of locale and the size of our community, we seem to be passed over when the bigger, broader issues come into play. So.
Okay, you mentioned the community stewardship program and advocated for that. You said it's sort of a softer, gentler way in terms of interacting with people and some of the challenges in the neighborhood. Can you speak a bit more about some of the outcomes of that?
Well,
can you describe?
Sure. It's a social enterprise program that is run by Embers, which employs people from the downtown east side. And have them in the community to interact with people that might otherwise feel threatened by police or security, and it's a less, I guess, how they would consider it is a less aggressive approach to working in the community, and because there were concerns about that.
Okay, but you're seeing positive impacts. Like, is it reducing interaction? Does it help connecting people to service? Like, what are you seeing as the positive outcome?
It's helping people in the community direct them to services which may be helpful for them. at times if they're in front of storefronts and people want to open their businesses, rather than calling the police, there's an opportunity for them as they're working to help the interaction between the store owner and the person that's sleeping in front of their store when they're trying to go to work.
Thanks so much. That we're just over the 3 minutes, and on to Councillor Dejanova for 3 minutes.
Yep.
Thanks very much, Jordan. Thanks for waiting to speak to council also. You had mentioned many solutions. I really appreciate that. I've been trying to ask speakers about that tonight, and you already answered one of the questions I had about lighting. But when it comes to investment in Chinatown and looking at sort of what we could do together. I mean, I understand that from a previous motion that work's underway and staff will be reporting back, but what do you see the critical need being right now for public safety? Are you hearing of people that are scared to come to Chinatown? So really the businesses are kind of being bled out of any type of base or customers here?
Yeah, I didn't get to finish quite all I wanted to say, but I did want to say that, in the meantime, as we're working solutions, is that, having more foot patrol in our neighborhood and increased police presence in our neighborhood is helpful. There is, whether it's perceived or real, safety is an issue. And, you can't discredit it because violence hasn't physically happened, and we have a lot of elders, a lot of older Chinese people that come down to Chinatown every day. And in the past, with COVID, the kids had said, no, don't go down there. But now they hear in the news that it's unsafe. I think just having eyes on the street is really important. And also providing crime prevention tools and merchant engagement for the police so that, that they can deal with it, so that the merchants take some responsibility about how they handle themselves as well. So I think those are things that are important.
If we have time, can I ask you a bit about, I mean, here's the thing, we started UNESCO pre-COVID. There's a significant budget there right now for UNESCO. Do you see UNESCO moving forward if we don't deal with the public safety aspects and the anti-Asian hate and racism in Chinatown? Or do you think we need to deal with that and UNESCO will come? But if we don't deal with that, it doesn't matter what we do for UNESCO. Sorry to put you on the spot.
So UNESCO could be a dream in the future, but it's the issues that we deal with today. It's ground level issues. If we don't deal with what we have and the problems that are in the community now, UNESCO, we could be working on something that will never happen. I think we need to deal with what's in front of us right now.
Thanks, Jordan. Really appreciate you making the time to speak to us.
Thank you, Councilor Genova.
Thanks so much. I don't see any other questions for you, so I'm going to move to the next speaker, who's speaker number 34, Charlene Kettlewell.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Can you hear me?
Sure can. 5 minutes, please.
I'll open by saying I'm a little nervous.
Don't be nervous. You're doing good. Thanks.
And mute all of this. I'm a mother of 4, resident of Vancouver, new to community organizing, and I founded Parents for Thoughtful City Planning, co-founded it with a goal of helping to place children back in the center of decision making in the city. So city planners can include a child's perspective across all work. A city that is safe and friendly for children, bottom line, is a safe and friendly city for all. Tonight's meeting is about making choices about our entire population safety, but so far, all we've been doing this is without the ideas and experiences of the full community. As children are not only the most vulnerable, they make up over 20% of the population in Vancouver. And over this past year, I've witnessed that our city makes decisions without fully considering their needs. Here are a few examples of what I would suggest is needed. First, safe walking and safe cycling infrastructure, especially around schools. Today, multiple schools have been impacted by major transit projects. sidewalks removed, detour signage for bike to school routes are hung way above children's sight lines, and the only safety element between 7-year-olds and buses going 50 kilometers an hour is a faded spray painted line. This access impairment will impact or prevent 5 years of commuting by walking or biking for 1,500 school children in the area of Arbutus and Broadway. Second, we need city planners to incorporate feedback from our most vulnerable populations. Recently, FOIs showed that city planners clearly have not incorporated feedback from large populations of children in public housing proposals. Consultation has resulted in success for other jurisdictions. Planners need not think that parents are out to stop proposals. Victoria, for example, worked to achieve balance and success for a school community. They recognize the incongruence of the existing school-age population and introduced populations, and responded by establishing housing for only those with no known history of violence and no current substance abuse issues. What did that equal? Success. And in North Vancouver, throughout community consultation for another school neighborhood, they determined that housing for the most vulnerable population of women and women-led families would be the most appropriate, so the existing and introduced family populations could thrive together, and the result was an overwhelming support from the community. Third, we need to let current data pertaining to children and families help drive our decisions. The City of Vancouver 2020 homeless count showed that more than 21% identified as women and women-led families. StatsCan states that 82% of these are turned away from shelters for being full. In 2019, 25% of women surveyed in the downtown east side said they felt unsafe in their place of residence, and 87% reported feeling unsafe in the downtown east side walking around. In 2020, city planners told Atira Women's Resource Society, who have been advocating for 4 years for 100 units of safer supportive housing for women and women-led families, that it would be too expensive at the site that they proposed downtown, and that they would prefer to develop empty land for their purposes from a cost perspective. Today, you have a case of where empty city land exists. The data drive needed for supportive housing women and women-led families in a safer, family-oriented, walkable neighborhood, you have that. And a community that has loudly asked for a composition of families to welcome. However, in this example, city planners have ignored, overlooked this data and community feedback and missed the mark on what could have been an incredible good news story for integration, acceptance, and recovery for over 100 women and their families. I encourage all decision makers to place children at the heart of planning and give explicit consideration to the kind of world that's being created for those children who will be growing up in our city, that it may be livable, accessible, and enjoyable, and safe for all. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. Councillor Dejanova has questions. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes, please. You're on mute, I think.
Thanks, Mayor. I was double muted. Charlene, I'm hoping you can maybe share a little bit about your own perspective. Do you feel safe in your neighborhood right now? What are you hearing from, your fellow residents? I appreciate the high level, complexities and some of the solutions you brought to the table, but also just wondering how you're feeling. What sort of brought you to participate in this meeting?
Well, a year ago, it was brought to my attention that, city planners weren't incorporating family feedback. I found this shocking, abrupt, and I wanted to see if I could make a difference. I don't live too far away from the school where our children attend, and would love them to be biking to school and using their Arbutus Greenway. And found that as I'm trying to transport them there, that we were being abruptly rerouted as the chunk of the Greenway was cut off. And when I witnessed firsthand and now stop my car, pull over to try to photograph, some dangerous circumstances. And I'm just, I feel like I'm just like banging at a wall, and like, nobody's, the people never saw the wall. They put the wall up. They don't, with sound, soundproofing, and they don't want to hear us. They don't want to come down to see the site, to see firsthand, how the community, and it's not just one school that's being impacted. It's 6. And photographing children from it.
Sorry, and to those people who would say, in the end, this is going to be better. You're going to be better off. Other people will be better off. I mean, how long can you stand it being that way? Is it 6 months, a year? Is it a concern that sort of this generation of families is missing out? And that we have to find a way to make it livable while we continue to, be progressive and move forward? I'm just trying to make sure that I'm really understanding the heart of what you're asking for is a livable community. That's my understanding.
Sure, it's a livable community. I mean, we're supposed to be a world-class city, but there's other cities around the world that are championing children's rights, and they're actually using it in a very clever way, not in a way where they feel like they're capitulating. They're using it in a clever way to build, from before they make decisions, deciding how it will impact those children, and then building from there. And I'm not talking just playgrounds. I'm talking about egress, ingress, accessibility, how people move around. Are we not worried about the health of the next generation? My children now will not be biking to school for 5 years because of what the catastrophe is.
That is 3 minutes. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I don't see any other questions. I appreciate your perspective. And I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thank you. Speaker number 36 is Eddie Emmerman.
Hello.
Hi there. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. So I just want to start off by saying hi, Mayor and Council. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. I understand that these are monumental issues to deal with, especially in an era of what appears to be a new social order. There are many different people here with many different experiences, and I can only speak about mine, and I sympathize with the magnitude of the task at hand. I live in Gastown. I relate very, very much with many of the speakers, but currently 2 of the speakers caught my attention in particular. The woman who talked about walking down the street with her head down, urine on the bus, and the other gentleman who played the audio tape of the distressed man screaming. I manage the building I live in on Carroll Street. We have a similar person who terrorizes our building, our tenants, our business tenant, and our neighbors. This woman continually threatens everyone in the building with sharp objects. She blocks the apartment entrance door, smokes crack, she screams, she urinates, she threatens, she's nude at times. People can't enter or exit the building. Many staff have quit and tenants have moved out. She has serious mental health and addiction issues. She has been arrested and released numerous times on conditions which she continually violates, and the court has now abandoned those conditions. In response to Councillor Dominato's question about housing supports in relation to these issues, this woman is not homeless. And no matter what support you provide in her housing complex, she is still free to roam the streets, do drugs, and allow her mental health and trauma issues to play out unabated and affect everyone around her. Add drugs into that mix, and it's a cocktail for disaster that is evident on many Vancouver streets, which may end up in violence to others or the police ending up harming her. There needs to be mental health and addiction support beyond the walls of the housing complex. We want help for her. I'm not sure how someone in this predicament is not institutionalized. She does not seem capable of making decisions about getting or staying in care. Throwing her in jail is not the answer. This is happening all over the city. People with trauma, mental health, and addiction issues are allowed to play out their stories in public and are excused from their actions because they have these issues. I don't want to criminalize her or others, but I also don't think that she can get help while being addicted and free to roam. The successful Portuguese model decriminalizes drugs, but only if the person goes through a treatment program organized and paid for by the state. My second experience is in regards to fire safety. An old building just burned down in Gastown and people died. I have been trying to get sprinklers in my building for many years and have been stopped by the building department because of existing non-conforming building matters. Sprinklers save lives, period. And having sprinklers in the building with the current existing non-conforming building structures is better than the status quo, which we will keep rather than spending millions of dollars trying to bring the building up to the modern code in order to have sprinklers approved. We simply cannot afford to do so. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. You do have questions? Councillor Fry, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks. And thanks, Eddie, for speaking to us. And you've touched on a bunch of issues that, of course, are, you know, bigger issues in provincial and federal in scope. And, you know, but what piqued my interest is the piece that you just mentioned about the sprinklers. And can you expand on that a little bit? What are you saying that, is this the Blarney Stone building we're talking about?
Yeah, it's the Barnstone building. The upstairs isn't sprinklered, and we had some building permits and just to do some minor renovations, and then basically the sprinklers were just said, no, we can't put sprinklers in until we fix the existing non-conforming issues, which have been present for as long as I know of, and you know, requiring extensive renovations of the building, which, you know, is we'd rather just get the sprinklers in, so the life safety issue is abated, and then, you know, work on the existing non-conforming issues as moving forward.
Yeah, no, and that shocks me, and I'd like to follow up on that maybe offline, because I think that that is a pretty obviously there's a lot of non-conforming buildings in Gastown and the downtown east side, and we do need to prioritize life safety. Are people living there right now?
Yeah. There's tenants there, and seeing that building burn down just you know sent chills down my spine. You know what I mean? And how are we not allowed to sprinkler our building? You know, no matter what's in there, we should be able to put sprinklers.
No, I appreciate that. If you don't mind shooting me an email, I'd love to follow up on that. Thanks.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thank you, and thanks for speaking to council. I think I know exactly the spot that you mean, and the person you were referring to as an example, because I had an experience where I wasn't able to enter businesses or a meeting, and it was a sort of a dicey situation, short of just basically leaving the area, and not there was no way to kind of interact with the individual. So my question is that clearly we're failing some people. Part of at the end of the day, after we've heard all the speakers tonight, staff are going to write a report with some options in terms of recommendations. Would you like to see one of those recommendations be that we are really pushing for housing with treatment services and getting people into that where they can actually live with the supports that they need? Because, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but I just want to be very clear on terms of outcomes and trying to get to some sort of solution. I feel like you're describing we're failing people like that woman, we're failing the neighbors, we're failing the businesses. It's impacting everybody. So do you think that's what we need to be pushing for?
I mean, I like the idea, but like I said, it's just people are free to leave the housing complex and do what they want. So, what is the encouragement for her to remain in the housing complex and have the treatment? Like, I hate to force anybody to do anything, but when people aren't of the right state of mind, I don't know how they make proper decisions about their health.
Right. But in that specific location,
given the choice,
it's not
he
sort of a
wants to be on the
combination
street.
medical type facility, right? It's more sort of providing strictly housing, perhaps one support person, but you're not talking about a lot of supports. What I hear you talking about is much more robust support services. Is that fair?
Yeah, and I think I do. I would love to see a recommendation like that, and I think that it has to be in conjunction with the police force and in conjunction with the provincial court system, so that there's, you know, sort of all, you know, and some type of social services component. So there's it's a multidisciplinary program that has, you know, everybody watching someone, and that person sort of is supposed to be somewhere.
Right. So you don't favor abandoning policing, you favor bringing in all of the elements, right? Because that's what I often hear is a real polarization of this issue, that we need more mental health supports and services in housing. We don't need policing. You think we need both?
Of course we do. I mean, and you know, some of these stories, I don't know about these incidents of harm or shootings by the police, but I mean, I see the police in some situations dealing with some people where I don't know what I would do if I was in their shoes. You know, they're you know, they can be the first line of contact, but they need other services to pass people on to. And what I've seen from this particular person is the police have sort of one choice, and that's put this person in front of the court. You know, they don't have any other option. You know,
Thank
and
you.
then when the person's let back out and they're you know, committing civil disobedience and they're in a state of sheer terror or panic, I don't know what the police are supposed to do.
Thanks so much. That's 3 minutes. Councillor Dejanova, up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. Wasn't going to ask you questions, but I have some further questions after your answers to Councillor Kirby-Young. And since we reconvened this meeting from the original date of this meeting a couple of weeks ago, I'm wondering, what do you think about the um, the study that's been commissioned by the province that will take 120 days? I call it the study of studies because we have this data, we have the information. It's very clear that there needs to be more supports for people with mental health and addictions. We can't just give them a room and a key and a front desk person and have a revolving door where they go in for assaulting someone, come out the next day, assault someone else. So are you confident that in 120 days the attorney general is going to come back with solutions, or do you think that it's time that we as a council look at, instead of looking to different levels of government, what small things can we do to make sure that we keep people in Vancouver who live here, who work here, who visit here safe?
Wow, Councillor, I just don't know if I'm qualified to comment on that. I agree with a lot of things that you're saying. I just don't know the solutions to that. I don't know enough about the study. I just do know in other places, you know, there is a sort of, you know, people need to get treatment or be responsible if they don't get treatment for themselves. Like I said, the Portuguese model, which was the premier model of decriminalizing drugs, but that wasn't a model that didn't bear some responsibility on the user of the drug and put some responsibility on them to go into treatment and stay in treatment. And there was some legal responsibility behind that. I mean, it's a multidisciplinary approach.
I've been to Portugal. I've studied the Portugal model. I appreciate what you're saying. I suppose when it comes down to it, though, right now what we're doing is I mean, what we can do, what I see is an option that other people have pointed out to us, you know, as Councillor Kirby-Young's talked about some options, is, you know, kind of putting our foot down and saying we want to have people housed and supported, but if you're going to offer them support, offer them real support. And if not, we can't take this housing in our city because we've taken more than most of the rest of the region has per capita.
But
So do you think
think
that's something we
we're
should?
kind of
Thanks
I think
for
we're kind of confusing homelessness with other disorder. Like I said, this woman has a home, and I don't even know what kind of support she has in the home, but every day she can leave the home and do what she wants. And no matter
thanks.
what's in that housing
We're-
complex, unless
we're at
she
the-
has to be there, she won't be there.
Thanks very much. We're at the 3 minutes. Thank you so much for answering questions and coming in this evening. Appreciate it so much. And next, I'm going to speaker number 37, Jeff Bernier.
Speaker 37 is not on the line.
Thank you so much. Speaker 38, Karen Ward.
Speaker 38 has withdrawn.
Thank you. Speaker number 39 is Hilla Kerner.
Speaker 39 has withdrawn.
Thank you. Sorry, I'm just keeping track here. Speaker 40, Megan Fox.
Speaker 40 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker 41, Martin Anderson.
Hi there. Thank you, Mayor and City Councilors, for having me on here. I'd just like to call in, and I just wanted to call in to make some comments. I am an SFU criminologist, and so I am someone who can speak to crime, and I've been working with police data and specifically data from the Vancouver Police Department for 20 years now. And referring to somebody earlier who was saying housing first doesn't work, there's actually a lot of evidence to show that housing first has empirical support. And I want to first start off by just saying that all crimes are bad, but they have victims, especially violent crimes. And I'm not saying that there are not places in Vancouver that are problematic and need to be addressed. Chinatown and downtown East Side have come up, and I'm also not denying the experiences of the individuals and who have called in today, and also other individuals who have had issues in the city. I want to speak to the claims made by the Vancouver Police Force, specifically Adam Palmer, regarding the increases, in particular in violent crime. All of the data that I'm going to be speaking to are actually from their website that they claim to be accurate, and the data that they send to Statistics Canada. Some of the data can't be published because of confidentiality issues, but these are actually a very small percentage of data. And the police force in Vancouver does not provide data on serious assault or assault level 2 and 3, so at the monthly level. Over the past 20 to 25 years, total crime in Vancouver has dropped 55%. This is a part of a global phenomenon. This is not something that is specific to Vancouver. It's been going all around the world. The developing nations, violent crime is down 30%, and serious crimes, like serious assaults, have remained stable over the past 20 odd years. There has been a slight increase recently, but that is only if you consider 2017 to 2019, as the VPD has done, as a baseline. These calls consist of only 1% of the calls for service to go to the police. Calls for service have remained stable over the past 30 years, while the number of police officers have gone up 20%. And so what I would just like to say here is that we do not need to base decisions on resources for police on a lack of empirical data. We need evidence to end up making these decisions. Police end up comprising, as I'm sure City Councilor and Mayor, over 20% of your budget, and your money is far better spent on things like housing, addiction services, mental health services, decriminalizing drugs, decriminalizing sex work. And these are obviously things that are a number of which are outside of your purview, outside of your jurisdiction, but these are things that need to be working on. We do not need to end up having a police force in this city that ends up, in my opinion, fear-mongering the people of Vancouver, making them think that their city is unsafe. They can talk about these data that aren't that aren't available to the public all they want, but then let's talk about transparency. They accuse you of a lack of transparency for trying to reduce their budget by a whole 2% when you had to do temporary layoffs of over 20% of city staff, when crime during the pandemic has plummeted. Property crime, I've published on this, I've spoken to the media on this. Rather, what the BPD seems to want to do is end up undermine a democratic process, undermining the authority of the city council, and going to the director of police services, who is a retired cop, who is now not only collecting a pension from the RCMP, but is now the director of police services, and ends up telling the city that they need to end up increasing the 2% that was to be removed from the police budget. And I just think this is a terrible state of affairs. And again, I am not an abolitionist when it comes to police. I believe we need the police. We just don't need more, and we arguably need less. They've not had an increase in work over the past in the past 30 years, based on data I've seen that go back to 1991, and crime has gone down. And serious crimes that may have gone up are a very small percentage of the work that they end up doing. Thank you.
Thank you. You do have questions, Councillor Dejanova? Up to 3 minutes.
Thanks so much. I'm looking at the data, and I really appreciate you bringing up the data. I've looked at the data also, and when we compare different years for the different pieces of data. And I think the VPD have told council in our briefings and in public council also that property crime's gone down, but violent crime has significantly gone up. And when we consider that per capita, and we consider how many people were in Vancouver on a daily basis pre-COVID versus during COVID, and for that number to go up, or even if it stayed the same, wouldn't you see that number going up as we didn't have people coming, not as many people coming to work in Vancouver, people weren't eating at restaurants or hanging out on the Granville Strip in Vancouver. So I'm just wondering, what do you see with the data numbers there? Do you think there needs to be some investigation into that data? Because I mean, it's comparing apples to oranges to compare data when there's less people in the city, but you see violent and serious crimes and assaults going up, but there's less people here.
But violence hasn't gone up. You know, based on the data that they've been providing, that I've gotten off of their own data set that I've been, or off of their website, off of the data that they report to Statistics Canada, violence is down by 30% over the past 25 years. Level 2 assaults have remained relatively constant. They bounce around, and they are in an uptick now compared to 2017 to 2019, but they're all within the ranges of the data that have been going on since 1998. And if they want to end up making claims that there are these recent spikes, we need to put them in level 2 assaults. We need to put these things into context. They need to provide their data, and especially so we can see where these things are occurring. Maybe there are huge spikes going on in areas like in Chinatown and the downtown east side, but we don't know because the VPD hasn't published their data, their violent crime data. They put out their property crime data, but not violence. And if we put these things,
I just have one more question for you. I was wondering if you happen to have the information as to, I mean, pre-pandemic versus in pandemic, and as we recover, sort of what we're looking at numbers of people out in public spaces, in public places where this violence is occurring. Do you have those numbers? Are you willing to share those with council if you do?
I have some of those data that are available from Google, who have actually had mobility data, and there are far fewer people who have been out, and people who have been staying at home. But some of these assaults are occurring at home.
I have 10 seconds left, so I'm just going to ask you if you could send that to us, because the VPD have told us that serious assaults are up 29% compared to pre-COVID. So I'd love to see your data if you'd be willing to share it. Thank you.
I can speak to that if I'm given time in another question.
I wish, but I don't have any more time. I'm so sorry, but I appreciate that. Thank you.
Somebody else ask a question.
I think we're good. I don't see any counselors on the queue. Oh, Councillor Kirby-Young's just come on. Councillor Kirby-Young, go ahead.
Yeah, I'll ask the simple, quick question. I would love to get a copy of your data if you'd like to share it. Send it to Mayor and Council. Be very happy to receive that. Is that something you could do?
It is. I'll see if I can also download some uploaded data. And regarding the 29% increase in serious assaults, that is, these are going from 3 a day to 4 a day. Again, that's another 365 violent crimes. This is not good, but this is, again, I think stands into fear mongering. When you talk about these increases, it's like, well, it's an increase of one.
Yep. Although not very,
not
very heartwarming for the one person, but I do appreciate your point.
Of course
not.
Yeah.
I'm conscious we have a lot of speakers tonight, so I just want to kind of be respectful of that. But if you could share your data, that would be fantastic.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I don't see any other questions for you. Very much appreciate you calling in and sharing your expertise this evening. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Okay, Council. Next speaker is Catherine Chu.
Speaker 42 has withdrawn.
Thank you. We have Rodna Winter in person, speaker number 43.
Hello, can you hear me okay?
Oh, sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, thank you. Just want to again thank council for letting me speak and extending. My My name is Rhonda Winter. I am the current Yaletown president at Yaletown Park 1 and 2 building in Yaletown. We have 608 strata lots. I personally live in a townhome and on a street level, and I have seen, and I have to reiterate that I have lived in Yaletown since 1996. So I've been in Yaletown for a very long time. Current location, I've been for 13 years, and as I was saying, I have a townhouse, and I would say in the last 2 years, I've seen and heard a lot of people, not just the happy drunks leaving parties anymore. Unfortunately, it's a lot of mentally ill people that are screaming. I see them on my patio. I've had to get the heaviest chain I could find. My barbecue, everything is taped together because I've had things stolen multiple times. Our own building, the crimes has increased quite a bit. The car break-ins, the storage lockers, the bike thefts, just the overall damage. I also work as a registered nurse at St. Paul's Hospital, and up until recently, I used to walk to work in the morning if I did an early shift. I will no longer do that. I find it dangerous. I find the people that are waking up and wondering, it's just not safe for me to walk alone up the street, even just for 8 blocks. So I end up either getting dropped off, taking an Evo, or a taxi. So that's not very green. I see open drug use frequently on the way to work, on the way to home from work. I see it when I'm walking my dog in the morning. And as a nurse, I'm always concerned about overdose as well, you know, the person as well. But I also want to make sure there's no drug paraphernalia left around because that's a danger. My children were the first ones to go to Elsie-Roy School when it opened in Yaletown, and I remember going there frequently. And I'm just appalled at what I see and what the parents now have to do every morning to clean up to make sure it's safe for their children. I used to go to a dog groomer in Yaletown. I no longer do that. I find it unsafe for me to park my car and walk the couple blocks that I need to get there. So I had to leave that vendor to use my dog. And as for statistics, I'm hearing that the numbers are going down. However, I know personally they don't all get reported. We're not going to keep phoning 911 for this. Should we? Maybe. Is there a way to track it better? I would like to see that because I know that because I do have a couple of police officers that live in my building and they're very frustrated and they certainly don't seem to think the crime's gone down, and they the ones that I know do not support decreasing the police at all. And I hope that there's something we can do about this. I know that drug use and mental health is a serious problem. It's not just a problem for the city of Vancouver, but I hope there's something that we can do because for the first time living in downtown Vancouver, I've actually thought about leaving, and it's just not a good feeling. So that's all I really have to say. If there's any questions, feel free to ask.
Thanks so much for your time this evening. I don't see any questions on the queue for you, so I will move on to the next speaker. But again, thank you so much for participating tonight. Council speaker number 44 has withdrawn. We have speaker number 45, who is Sarah.
Speaker 45 is not on the line.
Thank you. We have Michael Geldert. Sorry, Michael Geldert.
No, 46 is not on the line.
Thank you. We have Sandra Ho, speaker number 47.
Speaker 47 is withdrawn.
Okay, thank you. We have Jennifer Foster, speaker number 48. Speaker number 48, Jennifer Foster.
Hi there, can you hear me?
Sure can. I've up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Apologies, just give me 1 second. I was just getting my children to bed.
Okay.
Okay, just give me one minute.
Okay.
Thank you very much for the opportunity to speak this evening on this crucial topic. I wanted to tell you my most notable experience feeling unsafe in Vancouver. I was in the emergency department of St. Paul's Hospital. My family doctor had sent me to emergency to consult with a specialist. And while I was waiting there, I was verbally abused and spat on by a woman who appeared to be under the influence of something and also appeared as though she lived on the street. And as a private individual, I felt scared and uneasy. And as a social worker, I felt distraught that the woman would likely be turned out onto the street without receiving any long-lasting, meaningful help. I know hospitals, especially downtown, are often a revolving door for people who are homeless. I also know that a portion of the crime experience in Vancouver, the other topic here tonight, comes from people who are homeless, a portion of it, because they have no economic supports and many lack hope. I really believe our city doesn't need to be this way. And if we provided housing and support differently and effectively, a topic that's come up a lot tonight, for the people causing the crime, many of whom commit it because their lives, they live with mental illness and battle addiction, that these problems could be substantially reduced. We are housing the homeless and the hard to housing correctly in Vancouver. We congregate these people in SROs or other supportive housing buildings, and the model is proven not to work. A congregate model works for families and low-income individuals and seniors, but it doesn't work for people leaving homelessness with mental illness and addiction. And this is because housing is directly related to our psychological and physical health. In family housing developments, children can play in communal courtyards, parents can cook together and support each other, seniors can be company to one another. By contrast, in congregate housing for people with mental illness and addictions, there's the opposite effect. It requires them to be resilient to the erratic behavior and drug use of others as they try to improve their lives. People with mental illness and addiction have limited opportunities to recover when they're forced to live with others who struggle with the same issues. And when they are asked, the vast majority have a strong preference for independent housing. They want to get their lives back on track, and they need independent housing to do that. The Center for Applied Research in Mental Health and Addiction has studied homelessness, addiction, and mental illness, and did a randomized control study with the homeless population, comparing congregate housing and independent recovery-oriented housing. And the results showed that recovery-oriented housing causes significant reductions in crime. 71% is quoted in their study, 50% reduction in medical emergencies, and fundamentally improved client quality of life. So some of the solution that we experience with crime in Vancouver is available, and it lies in how we house people who are homeless. And unless we stop congregating people who are struggling with poverty and mental illness and addiction, I believe we will continue to experience crime and lack of safety. When I was spat on in emergency, I almost left the hospital without seeing a doctor because I was so upset. Fortunately, a doctor in the emerge saw that I was getting ready to leave and offered me a private room to wait in. He gave me the room where families grieve when someone dies in emergency. I was grateful for the care, but I did not want a private room. I do not want to be privileged over the woman who needed someone's care and wasn't getting it. I sat there grieving our broken system for people who have mental health and addictions and need help. I wanted the woman to be helped effectively so that everyone in our city can feel safe. So I urge you to read The Call to Action by Dr. Julian Summers and to make decisions about housing people who are homeless. That gives us all a chance at a better life here in Vancouver. Also, I would just like to respond to the councillor who asked the last speaker before the break about how to respond to citizens who express concern about risks posed by people who live in supportive housing towards children. Forgive me, I've been trying to balancing my own children, as you could tell. And I wanted to respond to that because I'm one of the people who's written about this issue, about housing people who need supportive housing next to schools or around children. And the councillor raised the point about that being stigmatizing. Not all people who live in supportive housing, of course, would present risks to children, let alone to anyone else. But I think we probably all agree that some would. And it's been mentioned tonight, some of people really struggling in their lives. And this is not stigmatizing these individuals. It's just the reality that some people who have challenges would present a risk. And I consider what happened to me an affront to my safety and something that harmed me psychologically for a period of time, made me afraid. And I imagine if something like this were to happen to a child, why would we want to risk subjecting any child to an event like that, or something that might cause them fear or reproach from other people? Why would we want children to feel unsafe in Vancouver? So the main point of my talking to you today is that we don't need to make a choice. It comes back to the issue, we don't need to make a choice about whose needs trump others. It comes back to the issue that support of how we house, how we do supportive housing in Vancouver. Congregate housing doesn't work; it's been proven not to work, and
Thank you.
recovery-oriented housing is a good way to go. And one of my greatest hopes for the city is that you'll have the courage to look at that.
Thank you. You do have questions from Councillor Dejanova?
Thanks so much. And I think you've gotten to part of the heart of my question, but I'm just going to ask you to further elaborate as we look at sort of our 4 pillars drug strategy, right? And there's prevention in there, there's harm reduction, there's treatment, and there's enforcement. But when we look at the prevention piece of it, would you equate it to, okay, if a young child, very young, is going to go and cross the road by themselves, there's a reason that we don't let them be alone. There's a reason that we perhaps put extra guards and protections around them. Is that a concern that you have? So it's not about stigma or fear mongering, but it's about protecting those who are most vulnerable, who can be children, and they can also be people with mental health and addiction issues. Is that
Absolutely.
one of the concerns that you have?
Yes, it is.
Okay. And just to we heard from an earlier speaker. I'm not sure if you've had time to listen. Some evenings I'm doing these council meetings and putting my kid to bed. So I completely appreciate you staying on the line to talk to us. I'm wondering, do you think that it's important also that, you know, families feel safe when they walk down the street in their neighborhood, whichever neighborhood that is in Vancouver? Do you feel that that's important to make sure for equity reasons that it's not the west side or the east side, that it's everywhere in our city, downtown included?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Okay, thank you very much. I really appreciate you writing to council and taking the time to speak to council tonight as well.
Thank you for the time. I appreciate it.
Thanks. That's it for questions, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. Thanks so much. Speaker number 49, Mark Lee.
Hi there. Sorry, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes, please.
Okay, fantastic. My name is Mark Lee. I'm calling as a member of the Chinatown community. I've been part of community service organizations in Chinatown. That includes the Yarrow Intergenerational Society for Justice, which works mostly with seniors, low-income, non-English speaking seniors. And in that capacity, I was a member of the Chinatown Legacy Stewardship Group, which has had some speakers already. I'm a descendant of founding members of the Chin Society in Chinatown. I'm a former Chinatown business owner, and I currently work with my good friend at Kamwai Dim Sum. So I'm going to kind of try and limit to Chinatown lens here because it's what I know. And I have indeed noticed a change in the community, and lots of things have gotten worse over the last decade plus. More and more people are dying from the toxic drug supply, despite the perceptions of many who hold stigmatizing assumptions about drug users and the currently available services. There are so many structural barriers to accessing timely and effective care that it's kind of hard to say the government has really tried a service model that could work. Multiple SROs, which were allowed to become more and more dilapidated over years and years until their residents had to be fit back into an absurdly limited housing pool, that has put even more strain on the housing situation in the neighborhood. Moreover, community services built by and for community members have lost their funding over the years, have had trouble finding spaces, some have dissolved, and many others have had to operate in a more limited capacity. And this is not something that's happened overnight. It's been a steady deprioritization and defunding of community services. But at the same time, one thing that's been equally steady is police funding. So this, as we've already learned, is because police simply refuse to take cuts like the rest of us. I'm dismayed that some would seek to use Chinatown businesses as a wedge to justify increasing policing as a way to prevent victimization. Because what's missing from most of the speeches is stories of when police actually prevented these victimizations and stranger assaults. So when I hear people saying that we can't keep doing things the way that we have been, I don't know if they realize that they're kind of revealing that fully funding the VPD budget has not resulted in an increased perception of safety. I'd submit to you that that's because the vast majority of the complaints that we're hearing are not solved by more policing. I think what we really need is to stop pretending like police are going to save us from institutional harm. Even if we had a police officer standing on every corner of Chinatown, all that would do is displace issues to another neighborhood. I remain firmly convinced that as part of our multi-pronged approach, we need to come through and actually do housing, safe supply, and supportive services properly. And that means that we need to support and scale up peer-led collective community action. So that's kind of what I have to say, and I hope that that kind of gives a little bit of perspective to some of what's coming out of Chinatown right now.
Thank you so much for your time. I don't see any questions for you, so I'm going to thank you and move on to the next speaker.
Thanks.
Council, we have speaker number 50, Lynn Sawatsky.
Speaker 50 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Ryder White, speaker number 51.
Hi, Mayor, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Okay, wonderful. Well, it's that's a a really tough act to follow. Incredibly eloquent words there from Mark Lee. And I just wanted to speak to you all briefly, not as anybody who has any special experience in the realm of public safety, but as a resident of the downtown east side in the Oppenheimer area, but also somebody who is a member of sort of the middle class, a film industry worker. I'm a straight and cis-presenting white man, so I definitely don't experience public safety in the same way that a lot of marginalized people do. And the reason that I signed up to talk to this meeting in the first place was because I was concerned with the way that the meeting had sort of prioritized the perspective of business associations and trade organizations and community policing centers, as opposed to groups who speak for the most marginalized. I found myself wondering, why there weren't more peer drug user organizations involved, perhaps, or I could probably, given more time, come up with some better other people who might have deserved higher priority on the speakers list. But I digress. Many other people have spoken to that issue, and I'm sure you're well aware of it. And the next time we convene a meeting like this, we'll see a little bit of a difference in the representation. And then I also, as I often do in these kind of situations where people are discussing, what we should do about matters of public safety, I want to add my voice as a father. I've raised my daughter in the downtown east side for 4.5 years of her 5-year life. And I take issue with parents who either consciously or subconsciously are using fear of their children's safety as a kind of a smokescreen for their unwillingness to confront their own biases. And I have to say, as somebody who lives a block and a half from Oppenheimer Park and who routinely walks with my daughter to daycare, we don't feel unsafe. And many people in this neighborhood are friends with us, and they'll go out of their way to, engage my daughter, and she likes talking to them. And by them, I mean people who are visibly less fortunate than we are as a family. And so I want to make people aware that it's not everybody, not all parents of young children are, afraid and scared. And I think that's certainly, I feel deeply for people who have those feelings, but I encourage them to interrogate those feelings a little bit. And lastly, I'm not sure how much time I have. I forgot to set a timer, but I just wanted to draw like one last little point, which is in a time we've come out of 2 years of pandemic, wage and income inequality is like at an ever expanding chasm, and basically we are all living in the wreckage of late capitalism. And is it any wonder that people are breaking windows and yelling? And it doesn't seem so strange to me. Like we should be taking care of each other and not blaming each other for these issues. And I think if we want to get to the root of public safety, we need to ask the people who are at greatest exposure to the systems that we've designed to keep public safety, which is basically the carceral justice system. So if you want to know how to reduce crime, why don't you talk to people who society has labeled as criminal? And I guess I'm going to wrap it up on that thought.
Okay, do you have questions, Councillor Swanson?
Yeah, thanks so much, Ryder, for coming in and making the points that you made, which I really appreciate. I know I used to take my grandson to the Vancouver Area Network of Drug Users office, and the most dangerous thing that happened to him there was that they gave him too much candy. I was wondering if you could maybe just elaborate on some of the interactions that you and your family and your kids have had with people on the streets in the downtown east side.
Yeah, well, I mean, one of the things that I love about this neighborhood, and I think really sort of speaks to the character of this neighborhood, is that people who live a higher proportion of their life in public space, which is to say, anywhere that they can be, in parks or on the sidewalk or anything like that. I find that those people tend to be some of the most giving. And, we've been walking around, my daughter's had people give us, toys, or they just, they want to stop and like sing a song or something like that. And, I think that actually represents closer to the pinnacle of the urban experience, rather than some kind of strangely sanitized individualist world where we can all walk around freely because we all feel safe, but the cost is that we've cleared away any conditions that allow for genuine connection. So yeah, sorry to get a little bit away from your question, Councillor, but I hope that kind of answers it.
Yeah, thanks again for coming in. Appreciate it a lot.
Thank you for
my pleasure. Thank you all for listening.
Thanks. Councillor Dejanova has questions for you too.
Thanks so much, Ryder. Thanks for speaking with us. And I have a child who's about the same age as your child, I gather from your remarks. And I too, I work in non-market housing with vulnerable people, with people who don't have very much, if they have anything at all, and sometimes aren't housed. And I have no issue with her being around them. That being said, we're hearing from people who, and it was reported in the media not too long ago that someone downtown was walking with their child, and the grandmother came out and spoke to the media about this, and the child was spat on, and the week before that her twin sister had something thrown at her. So what do you say to the parents who actually have experienced the trauma for their children? Because I get it. I try not to raise my child to fear everything. I love the fact that she doesn't fear everything. But you also have to protect them at some point.
Yeah, Councillor, I appreciate the question, and I have really deep sympathy for what parents who get their child finds themselves victim to those situations. That's heartbreaking, and I wouldn't wish anybody to experience that. But one other thing that has sort of popped into my mind over the course of this meeting is that both the stories that I told in terms of our generally positive experience living where we do, and then the stories that you just told, as well as most of the other stories we've heard tonight. These are all anecdotes, and I think that we do need to use a little bit more caution and make sure that we're balancing an appropriate amount of statistical and factual evidence alongside anecdotes, because anecdotes definitely provide us with the qualitative aspect of data and the aspect of data that makes people's stories the most motivating. But also, I think because as people were so geared for stories, that things that are really dramatic sees a disproportionately high share of our consciousness and our awareness. And so while I think that's an awful experience, the story you told me, and I don't doubt the validity of it at all. But I think we should be cautious about saying it's overrepresented. Sorry, Counselor. I just wanted to wrap that up.
Sorry. No, I appreciate that. The person who spoke to us about her trauma and being sexually assaulted as a child, and the VPD's press release today about youth being assaulted in our city.
Not a debate, and you're at the end of your question. It's fine. Thank you.
You can email us your answer. I'm sorry, 3 minutes is really short. Thank you.
Thanks so much.
Oh, certainly. Thank you, Counselor.
Thanks. There are no other questions for you. I'm going to move to the next speaker. Thanks so much.
Okay.
Thank you. Council, we're on to MTS Popat, speaker number 52.
Speaker 52 is not on the line.
Thank you. We have Angel Gates, in person, speaker number 53.
Speaker 53 is not in the chamber nor on the line.
Thank you, clerks. We have Alia Trot-Aki, speaker 54.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As you may remember from the times I've spoken to you before, I've been the Executive Director of the West End Cole Harbour Community Policing Centre for nearly 12 years. I wasn't able to speak as a community partner at the first meeting, so I'd like to tell you now about what we've been doing in our small square of the city to address public safety concerns. Due to the changing social landscape in the city, we've been adjusting our programming to keep up. One area I'd like to showcase is related to a trend I've observed at our office, which is an increase in requests for an immediate response to public safety issues. We're often asked to deal with police and non-police issues that are happening in real time in the community, but we usually advise complainants to call 911, non-emergency, 311, or other service providers as necessary. Last year, we physically responded in real time to 41 community complaints. That was nearly 5% of all the reports we received. Now, I realize 5% is not all that impressive, it's not all that sexy, but it is when you compare it to immediately responding to about 2% of reports in previous years. The other thing to keep in mind is it's not our original mandate to physically respond. Community policing centers were designed to complement police services by providing crime prevention education and conducting personal safety activities in the community. Now we're acting as an alternative when police are not required, or people are unwilling to call, or there is no one else that can or will or are able to respond within a timely manner. Our immediate response actions range from sending a volunteer foot patrol team who is already out in the community, sending a pair of volunteers from the office, or one of 2 staff members leaving the office and checking on something ourselves. The issues we immediately responded to included wellness checks, verbal altercations, removal of dangerous waste, and assault. It's also important for me to note here as well that in the past 8 months, our foot patrol volunteers have witnessed 2 stranger attacks, one of which was on an elderly individual. The volunteers not only provided emotional support to the victims, but they were also good witnesses, called 911, and were able to get the suspects apprehended. Another shift we have incorporated is when dealing with street disorder and the individuals involved in what is considered street disorder. For the past 2 or 3 years, we have been actively engaging with more people on the street and are using more trauma-informed approaches when talking with them. Historically, CPCs have acted in a observe and report capacity for the VPD, but again, not all concerns are police-related. When we approach individuals who appear to be under the influence of opioids, although we're wearing branding which identifies our organization, our approach is to ask the individual if they're okay, remind them of the health risks of doing drugs in isolation or alone, encourage them to use safe injection sites, and provide them with the information about the closest injection site if it's needed. When we approach individuals who appear to be experiencing homelessness, rather than introducing ourselves as community policing volunteers, we just say we're with the local CPD. We find this helps to reduce the triggering that sometimes happens upon hearing the word policing. In 2021, during our wellness checks, we distributed 56 cold weather kits to unhoused individuals in our community in January, February, November, and December. And we distributed 71 hot weather kits through June, July, and August. The last thing I'd like to bring up is in reference to the commercial crimes, the shoplifting, the broken windows and doors, and the underreported crimes. Our Foot Patrol volunteers have been visiting the businesses in our area to talk about the crime trends to help reduce the underreported statistics. From October 15th to December 14th, our volunteers visited 117 businesses, and shockingly, 71% of those businesses had not reported their victimization to police. 71%. Without our patrols, those issues would continue to be unreported and, as a result, unknown and unanswered by the police. So our catchment area is about 1/8 of the entire city, maybe 1/6 of the city. If all of us were able to start to see the bigger picture and work together, I believe we would be able to make positive changes in the city. As Chief Palmer said on the first day of this meeting, it can't be an either-or model when it comes to public safety and the organizations involved in driving it. Thank you very much.
Thank you for your time tonight. I don't see anyone with questions for you, so just thank you so much for your time tonight and your contribution to the city. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks. 55 is Tamara Heitner.
Hi, can you hear me?
Sure can. Up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready, please.
Okay, thank you. And I'm also, like someone said, a little bit nervous, so bear with me here. Okay, Mayor and
we don't mind.
City
Go ahead.
Council, thank you so much for hearing me this evening. I live in Kitsilano in what is deemed to be a relatively safe neighborhood. I put that in quotes, although less so since a recent murder in the neighborhood. But I don't always feel safe and regularly witness reckless behavior endangering others and crime. Like others, I have concerns about underreporting of crime due to incredibly long hold times for the non-emergency number, limited by law enforcement putting even more pressure on the police, limited proactive policing, etc. I have personally given up on reaching the non-emergency police line many times due to excessive hold times. I have waited up to 1 hour and 45 minutes before giving up. The lack of proactivity, i.e. patrols and addressing what are not seen as violent crimes or as the police chief references as low-level crimes, the lack of reasonable ability to reach police in a timely manner, and sometimes limited response by police emboldens people to do things they would not otherwise do. Safety, peace of mind, and feeling that concerns are taken seriously are all disappearing in the city. This falls in part on the police, but also on the city. Housing affordability and general affordability, both contributing to the mental health, addiction, and general health crises, are contributing to stress and desperation, increasing crime. The lack of city response to these contributory issues, as well as the lack of proactive policing, means that crime is running rampant. This is the only city I have lived in, and I've lived in 5 cities, where I have repeatedly witnessed people walking out of stores like London Drugs and Mark's Work Warehouse, among others, with big-ticket items, sometimes without even an effort for them to conceal the items. Businesses seem at a loss as to what to do and won't pursue thieves for fear of violence. Writing items off only increases costs for paying customers and contributes to the ongoing unaffordability of the city. Street racing is also rampant and out of control, and this is often not pursued. The VPD wants information, but only so that if somebody is injured, they can pursue them. There isn't a lot of proactivity to actually do that. Since the last meeting, I witnessed a car take a corner so quickly that it fishtailed before roaring off down a busy street. Additionally, the city, police, parks board, and transit police need to work together and proactively. I belong to a neighborhood group that discusses theft where people have identified crimes taking place. I have witnessed and documented vandalism to TransLink, and nothing was done about it because it's perceived as too expensive for transit police or police to enforce. As a result, those who start off vandalizing public property with no consequences, not even a fine, will likely feel emboldened to move on to private property or some other mischief or crime as there is little enforcement. Laws here are almost meaningless because of the lack of enforcement. The city, VPD, Parks Board, and transit police need to work collaboratively. I have walked into an alley near my home at dusk, and for glancing over at someone by a dumpster, had a knife pointed my way. I've been in a parking lot where 20 minutes later there was a shooting in the alley behind it. I've witnessed people on the street so enraged or high that they were yelling and repeatedly throwing their bike against a tree. I've seen firecrackers set off horizontally down the street and an alley. I have seen piles of pills left on walls, people leaning into paper bins with lighters appearing ready to set a fire. All of these contribute to a diminished feeling of safety in our city. I've been a city dweller my whole life, and this is the only city I've lived in where I felt more unsafe. The only city I've lived in where I felt more unsafe are parts of Miami. I have witnessed 4 police officers standing by during an event with a piece of art being used as a drum, and when I asked if they were going to do anything, they said not unless a life was immediately in danger. With 4 officers, I could not understand why there was no attempt to protect property. And by the way, I apologize. I timed this as 5 minutes, so just bear with me. I'm almost done. We need patrols in all areas of the city to deter crime, including violent crimes, but also trespassing, theft, and dangerous behavior. This is the only city where I've lived where I do not feel safe going out on Halloween, a night where children should feel safe. Firecrackers being set off horizontally down the street and in the alley behind where I live made me feel unsafe to exit my home. This might seem like just mischief until someone gets hurt, like the woman who had a firecracker enter her bedroom a couple of years ago. I'm aware that firecrackers have since been banned, but you still hear them, and it takes people getting hurt for any action to be taken. Prevention and proactive policing play a huge role in public safety, but appear to be lacking in Vancouver. In fact, if there were more proactive patrols addressing dangerous and reckless behaviors, firecrackers may not have had to be banned at all. We also need more bylaw enforcement at all hours. This will take pressure off the police so that they can spend their time enforcing laws. We need more proactivity by police in not only business districts, but also in communities. We need community policing offices that aren't just staffed with volunteers, but also where there are police officers for people to connect with and come and report crimes and let the police know what's going on in their community. We all deserve to enjoy
You're at your 5 minutes, so I want to thank you so much for.
I have one sentence left. It was just nobody should feel unsafe leaving their home and walking through their city day or night. Thank you, Mayor and Council, for your time and for listening.
Thank you very much. Clerks, I just want to make sure that we have a quorum. I don't think we might have now. Just remind councilors that you have to have your video on to be counted for quorum. I think I see enough for quorum now. Thanks very much. Council, we are now moving on to the next speaker, speaker number 56, Randall Hertzak.
Speaker 56 is not on the line.
Thank you, clerks. Cinnamon Barani is speaker number 57.
Speaker 57 has withdrawn.
Withdrawn. Okay, thank you so much. We have speaker number 58, Colin McGrath.
Speaker 58 that is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 59 is Eva Wadonia.
No, Speaker 59 is not on the line.
Thank you. Speaker number 60, Lewis Hart.
Hello.
Hi there. Just before you start, clerks, we are coming near the end of the list. I'm just wondering if you might be able to compile the names I called and folks weren't here, so I can go through that in a few minutes. And then we're going to move on with Lewis Hart. Please go ahead, up to 5 minutes.
Thank you. So my name is Lewis. I'm a small business owner in Chinatown. As a small business owner in Chinatown, I'm sharing the same frustrations as other speakers who have shared their experiences, statistics, and opinions during this meeting. However, I want to come with a recommendation more than anything today. I think we all share experiences, and just adding to the pile isn't going to help. So this is with the consultation with and approval and approval of the Chinatown Merchant Association, the Vancouver Chinatown Foundation, and the BIA. Today, I just want to present a viable and economical solution to improving public safety through community and business means, but also highlight the inverse effects to public safety a current bylaw has on designated areas, especially Chinatown. In reference to Chinatown and Gastown, Vancouver's liquor moratorium has severely limited community vigilance, economic growth, and exposure of social needs to younger generations. The moratorium's initial inclusion of the downtown east side and surrounding areas is perceived as another policy made with racial undertones against a bustling Chinatown that once housed legends such as Sammy Davis Jr. and Nina Simone. Meetings since its inception have scapegoated hospitality operators using misrepresented or misconstrued data in order to maintain a narrative that liquor serving establishments provide an unsafe environment for all levels of society. Although the phrase "we blame bars" was not publicly used in the 2017 upholding, the data misuse of micro and macro data to provide linear correlations between bars and public safety was very apparent. The most notable misuse of data is such that between 2007 and 2012, the number of liquor primaries increased by 42%, whereas the number of calls to police increased by 44%. This data failed to extract the Olympics, the Stanley Cup riots, a booming tourism trade, and a population increase of 140% in the downtown east side prior between 1991 and the 2007 study. It also failed to mention the introduction of Bar Watch, a hospitality-led initiative where bars were directed to be vigilant and call the police, but this vigilance was used against us in 2017. COVID allowed for all fragmented parts of society to show the best and worst light. Public safety issues that are being mentioned during this meeting are all at their worst where liquor moratoriums exist, as they provide a chokehold on business development, as well as a license monopoly, creating a slow and steady decline of operational standards as society evolves. Our industry has evolved drastically over the last 15 years into a much more vibrant and inclusive space than archaic and stubborn views perceive. Walking through Chinatown, the graffiti issue is evidently worse in areas where there is no nighttime-focused businesses. West Kiefer and East Kiefer have stark differences in graffiti, and public perceptions of residents on East Georgia is that they feel a lot safer since the introduction of nighttime businesses and a younger, more socially aware crowd. Chinatown's previous legacy night destinations have since closed, and a fresh, diligent face has emerged at its core. 4 Chinatown venues were listed with global accolades last week by our industry's version of the Oscars. Chinatown's evening scene is now led by female-owned businesses such as Kisatanto and Chickadee Room, legacy businesses by our industry standards such as the Irish Heather and Kiefer Bar, and businesses owned by young entrepreneurs like Fiorino and Lauai. But the moratorium places 90% of the mentioned businesses at risk and limits the potential for new businesses to come in and fill vacant stores. Sorry, I just lost my spot there. Food primary licensing states that kitchens must remain open for service to continue with a much reduced capacity. This has caused some businesses to be closed due to lack of staff, rather than practice responsible liquor service. Like many, we are facing the largest labor shortage our industry has faced, and kitchen and closing staff do not feel safe to work in Chinatown. Our supplies are all bought from Chinatown using legacy businesses, providing an extra lease on life, while tourism and public safety perceptions are decreasing. The 3 new restaurants in East Georgia alone will inject over $600,000 into legacy businesses this year, which will cover base rent and labor fees. Our presence provides an extra sense of community and support for the local area, providing free charity to local social causes and jobs to residents living in the SROs, all while providing a street-facing and vocal disdain to anti-Asian racism seen on a daily basis. Our services are primarily after 5 p.m., providing an extra 9 hours of street activity in the areas affected by petty crime. And since all of the locations in East Georgia have opened in the last year, there has not been one police incident caused by our patrons. In the last month alone, no less than 3 of the city councillors have visited these businesses, and the mayor is a frequent visitor to a couple himself. These are responsible businesses that need the bylaws to change, and the legacy businesses, either side of them, need these businesses to be viable. The economics of the rooms and spaces in Chinatown do not allow us to pay more than we currently are, which for kitchen staff is still sitting above what the city deems as a living wage. The economics of the spaces also do not allow for large-scale corporate operators to be interested in the area. With
Thanks
most
so much.
units 20 feet
We are,
wide
We are at a ways over your 5 minutes, but you do have questions.
Sorry.
So I'm going to turn you over to Councillor Fry for 3 minutes.
Yeah, and thanks for speaking, Lewis. I do have to take umbrage with one of your points. I think there's been probably more than 3 councillors visiting some of the establishments in the neighborhood. Um, I want to just focus on the liquor moratorium because that has been a subject for some time. And when it was originally sort of brought in, it was really to address some of the more problematic liquor primary establishments. Now, I totally appreciate what you're saying about how it adds vibrancy. I think one of the things the liquor moratorium was trying to address in the day was some of these bigger, more boisterous beer halls that we used to see a lot more of in the downtown east side. A lot of the violence endemic to that, and of course the clubbing scene that would bring in outsiders to the downtown east side and create, a big sort of melee of hooligans coming out of clubs when it closes at 2 o'clock.
Sorry,
Oh,
so
sorry.
somebody needs to be muted there, but keep going, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, so I guess I just wanted to ask Lewis about that perception and the reasoning behind the original liquor moratorium, that context, and how it compares to what you're talking about.
Yeah, I think the industry's changed massively even in the last 20 years. I think even as hospitality operators, no one even wants a nightclub anymore. And so all we're looking is for some flexibility to be able to operate within what is a new norm for the industry. What you're seeing in more progressive cities is spaces that are very food focused until 9-10 o'clock, but then want that flexibility to scale down their kitchen, which at the moment is costing anywhere between $70 to $80 in labor for less than $100 worth of food. But the problem is if you don't have a kitchen, we can't operate as a business, and that's causing businesses to be closed on certain days. All it's doing is it's causing a negative effect on those businesses, but it's also allowing an extra period of time for criminals to cause petty crime. When we're all kind of running full steam and we're open till 1-2 o'clock in the morning, it only provides a 4-hour window for a criminal to commit a petty crime until the morning businesses come in. But on East Kiefer, when there's no nighttime businesses there, that's a 14-hour window. And so it's not looking to drop the liquor moratorium, but to look at what it currently does to public safety and what it does to local businesses that are diligent, because it doesn't allow us to have any breathing room whatsoever during the current circumstances. And how we support the local area, that it's a lifeline.
Okay, appreciate that. I'm out of time. I wanted to ask you about local hiring, but I'm out of time.
Councillor Kirby-Young, up to 3 minutes, please.
Yeah, thanks. I'll pick up on Councillor Fry's, and I do think there may have been some councillors that have spent some time on that block supporting local business. He's correct. The question that I have for you, other than sort of the liquor moratorium, is a couple questions. Is you're speaking also to sort of flexibility across multiple categories or use on space. Is that correct? Because I hear that a lot. I have to apply for, I have to either be a bar or I have to be a restaurant, or somebody wants to be a coffee shop and retail. So are you also identifying the issue of not having enough flexibility in use of space?
Yeah, we can't even apply, like restaurants here can't even apply for dual licensing. So we can't even come across a situation where we can apply for a liquor primary with say a caveat of kitchens remaining open till 9 p.m. Or 10 p.m. and everyone must be seated until that time. We don't have anything like that. And after 10 o'clock, families are not walking through Chinatown. It is a young demographic. Chinatown, by percentage, has the largest percentage of people under the age of 35 residing in it right now. And so it is a local community that is coming out.
Okay, and then just to keep going, just because I have limited time. So, in addition to sort of the business opportunity and filling up those empty storefronts and having more opportunities, is it also, in your mind, it contributes to public safety that you're having sort of more vibrancy and people coming and going at different times of the day within the neighborhood?
Yeah, it definitely adds to public safety because, again, when these businesses were first opening or during the construction phase, nothing was open after 5 o'clock and graffiti was starting from 8 p.m. And now with people leaving at 2 in the morning and staff leaving at 3 till 4, it's such a limited window that there's been a vast difference in the amount of graffiti. The other part of it as well is allowing younger people to see the downtown east side and people with social needs that aren't committing crime, and being able to differentiate between someone who is a criminal and someone who's just residing in the area, as opposed to just going on social media and seeing a very BuzzFeedy post that says, yet again, smash window, yet again, graffiti. We're not going to be able to differentiate between the good and the bad of society if we're not exposed to it.
Okay, and then lastly, would you, I know that you had a lot of detailed information there. It sounded like you prepared your comments. If that's right and you did write them down, would you mind emailing them and sharing them with council?
Yeah, the stats are all readily available. All I did was pretty much copy and paste from the 2017 liquor moratorium recommendations. And I think just from a glance, you can kind of see there's a lot of data that doesn't really paint anybody else as the problem apart from bars. And unfortunately, as everything else is progressing, and people with safe supply are seen as kind of helpful in the community, bar operators selling alcohol are still being perceived as people mixing gin in bathtubs and selling illicit goods.
Okay, that's my time. Thanks so much, Lewis.
Thanks for your time. Questions for you. Appreciate you coming in tonight. And I am going to move to the final listed speaker, 61 Courtney Baker.
Speaker 61 is not on the line.
Okay, clerks, thank you so much for sending back the list of previously absent speakers. So council, now I'm going to go back through the list and call the names of the folks that were listed. I called their names and they weren't here, so just the regular practice.
On a point of privilege, Mayor, have the speakers been notified, or could they be notified that we're going through the list again?
I did mention it a number of times through the meeting, but clerks, have speakers been notified?
Just because it's gone over 2 days, Mayor Stewart, that's why I asked. Thank you.
Ask clerks, thank you.
Yes, they have all been notified. They were notified before the dinner break as well.
Great, thank you so much. So I'm going to start with speaker number B, who is Norman Leach.
No, not on the line.
Okay, clerks, thank you. Speaker number 1, who is Zafaria Glaris.
No.
Thanks. Speaker 4, Richard Flynn.
No.
Thank you. Speaker 5, Catherine Hallenzy.
Yes.
Hi there. Thanks very much for being so patient and calling in this evening. You have up to 5 minutes whenever you're ready.
Thank you. You know, it's something to have my name mentioned as being as a speaker, because there was a speaker who spoke out about Chinatown and the difficulties she was having, and she has been kind of bullied and abused on Twitter in the last couple of days. So, you know, I would prefer that my name doesn't go out there for that reason. I don't feel safe sometimes speaking my truth, because I feel like I'm going to get attacked from all sorts of entities in this city. But anyway, let me speak to what I want to really talk about, which is I don't feel safe when we don't really have a lot of community consultation, where decisions are made by people who are faceless. And I'll just give you an example. I've been hearing today that the overdose prevention site on Seymour and Helmkin, that the lease has just been renewed. Now, the overdose prevention site has had a lot of impact on our neighborhood, not for what goes on inside the building, but for what goes on outside it. And that's not the only, obviously, social service and building that we have around our neighborhood. There have been lots of other issues. But anyway, 2 years ago, the overdose prevention site was despite the community not wanting it. It was established, and I thought to myself, well, at least when it comes up for renewal, there'll be some discussion about it. City councillors will talk about it, and then we'll be able to phone in. It just sounded like the the obvious. But I'm hearing that it's been renewed, by apparently a city staff member. It has never been brought to debate. And this is just something I don't really understand. It doesn't strike me actually as particularly Canadian. It strikes me as something more, well, sort of Russian in flavor, if you like, where decisions are made, as I say, by people that we don't know. We don't know what their political views are. We don't know what their agenda is, and we can't speak to them. There has been no community consultation in what is happening in our neighborhood. And that's just something that I expected of Canada. I feel really let down. And I try to avoid crossing Seymour and Helkin. I mean, it's difficult because there's Granville as well, which can also be a little bit of a bouncy area. And this lovely area that was created, a park, a little dog park, a playground, everything is so precious. And yet it is being changed by, I don't know, people that don't live here, people that have no interest in talking to the people who live here. And that doesn't make me feel safe when I have no voice. And just one more thing, I've lost 3 friends who've left this neighborhood because they just can't take it anymore. I've been living here a couple of years, and I too am thinking now of leaving because I just don't see how things are going to change for the better. Thank you. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. You do have a question from Councillor Dejanova. Councillor Dejanova, please go ahead.
Thanks, Kate, for coming to speak to council. You had spoken a little bit about the public safety issues that you feel and that you encounter around the OPS in your community. And at the time we had that meeting, although that was changed from a 2/3 vote and a grant to a lease mid-meeting, actually, over a weekend, I'm wondering, did you feel that the terms and conditions of this good neighbor agreement were met?
No.
Okay.
No, I
have
do
you
not.
heard anything about a good neighbor agreement? I mean, I know that more would have gone with a grant, but just wonder.
I have heard about it. I haven't heard many of the details. I don't know if it was signed off on. I don't know whether they had to, and I don't know whether, if they did, they're following it. All I know is that quite often around Helmkit and Nelson, it's a bit of a mess.
Okay. And can I ask you, I'm sorry, I don't want to put you on the spot, so you don't have to answer my questions, but personally, what behaviors have you changed? I mean, you've shared with us that you've lost friends in the neighborhood, but are you unable to walk to go grocery shopping, to use the park? I mean, what is it that concerns you about your own public safety, if I can ask?
Well, I just prefer to avoid what might be possible. I mean, have I been personally attacked going past the OPS? No. Do I know people that have? Yes. So I just try and err on the side of caution by crossing the road, that kind of thing. Because why invite trouble if I don't have to?
Okay. And do you feel safe in your neighborhood?
I feel safer than the neighborhood I used to live in, which was Tinseltown. Sorry, Crosstown. But would I go out at night at about, if I had to get to the airport very early and stuff, would I go out at 4 or 5 a.m.? No, I would not. No. But generally speaking, there's a lot of people here in a way. So there's kind of safety in numbers. But there are certain times of the day or night when you would be safer staying indoors.
And thank you for sharing that. And can I ask, I mean, when you've said that you've heard stories of others who have been assaulted or have had run-ins or been the victims of violent attacks, that's made you not want to walk by the OPS, and you feel that the reason for that is to avoid that situation and putting yourself in harm's way. Is that correct?
Sorry, Councillor Dejanova, you're at the end of your time.
I'm
Um,
sorry. Maybe if you have remarks, you could send them to us.
Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you for calling in tonight and sharing your views. I am going to move to calling the next speaker's name, but thank you for calling in. We have speaker 11, Sophia Seahole.
Speaker 11's not on the line.
Thanks. Speaker 12, Tony Fung.
No, not on the line.
Speaker 14, Sean Patrick Finnan.
Hi there, I'm here.
Thanks very much. Whenever you're ready, up to 5 minutes.
Okay. I live in Vancouver, and I work in the film industry for the 25 years, 23 of them here in Vancouver. And I'd like to speak to the changes in the last few years in the film industry. 20 years ago, outside of the downtown east side, we mostly came in, we filmed, we cleaned up after ourselves, and we moved on. Now it seems everywhere within the city of Vancouver, we must bring in large pre-cleaning crews in before we film to power wash the streets, do a massive needle sweep, clean up human feces. And because this cleanup is so extensive, it has to be done days in advance. And once done, multiple security guards need to be posted everywhere to protect the area so that it does not become compromised overnight. The day of filming, a smaller follow-up cleaning crew comes in, do the similar work. We used to clean the filming area and maybe the alley if we had to cable or power through the alley. Now we clean blocks and blocks of street parking, the set, the parking lots, where the base camp is, where we park the catering trucks, lunch tents, and then security has to be positioned everywhere. Last fall, I was with a production that filmed multiple days downtown, and the production had a warning to our, in the safety meeting each day for our crew to be careful within the city to not walk the 3 blocks to the crew parking lot, but rather wait for transport to pick them up and bring them there. I recently worked with an American producer who last did a movie in Vancouver in 2005. She spoke of the changes. She said that then downtown east side was bad, but the rest of the city felt safe. Now these complex problems seem to be everywhere, and that Vancouver no longer feels like a safe city. We are hearing it more and more on set. Vancouver's not a safe city. It's not a clean city. And these cleaning costs are massive. Each day can be an extra $10,000 in cleaning and security. And up to now, the film industry has been eating these costs. But booking the Vancouver police to assist additional security on set is extremely helpful, but that's a big ticket cost. The Vancouver police officer is $150 an hour per officer. Per however many officers per day on a 12-hour day, the cost gets out of control very fast. Movie and TVs come to Vancouver for a lot of different reasons, but the one overall reason is that the costs are less in Vancouver. And that something like this, a big ticket item like the Vancouver Police Department, booking them to just keep the crew safe, could add $500,000 to a 65-day movie shoot. This is a line item that could be the difference between movies coming to Vancouver and going elsewhere. And I'm speaking. There's bigger problems out there with the crime and safety, but I'm speaking to my experience in working in Vancouver, becoming not a safe place to work anymore. Thank you.
Thank you for your time this evening. I am just checking here. Oh, you do have questions, Councillor Dejanova. Up to 3 minutes, please.
I'll wait till my timer restarts, Matt. Thanks. And I should let Councillor Hardwick go first because she's actually worked in the film industry. But I'm going to ask you, can you tell me, is it tough to get people in the film industry to want to work in Vancouver? I mean, to bring their cars into Vancouver, to put themselves in the way of, as you've described it, sort of this mayhem that we're seeing and hearing about?
We have to have it within the safety meetings. We're warning our people to take the transit with friends, and or if they're driving, to take the shuttles, to not take the address and show up at work. And so this was not a thing 20 years. This wasn't a thing 5 years ago. But now we have to talk about safety and about needles and about cleaning and these costs. And so it is a big deal. And we do have people that turn down work in Vancouver, and they accept it, when you're on a farm someplace, but they won't accept work in Vancouver.
So they'd go out to Langley or Coquitlam and work at like, sort of a set on like near Riverview, but not in downtown Vancouver, Gastown as much. Is
It's
that correct?
become all of Vancouver, even the West End, has become very difficult to film in, where you find needles in the West End that you never found before. And we do have people that refuse work in Vancouver, and like you said, they will accept it. And the movie industry is moving out of Vancouver. They're starting to move east. They're starting to move into Langley. They're starting to move into these places. But part of that is trying to preserve the Lower Mainland, and then the fact that Vancouver is not a safe place to do business anymore.
So is this kind of like, I mean, we've heard a lot this past week about the first thing the cruise ships and the tourists are going to see are the tents in Crab Park when they come to town, and that might concern them. They may read the stories in Vancouver. Is it the same thing in the film industry where, the more word of mouth, the more they hear about this, the more safety briefings, as you've mentioned, people have to have, that they worry about why they're having them and why bother if the pay is the same in Langley? Are you concerned that we're actually going to see economic repercussions in Vancouver, in the city?
A- Absolutely. Like if you had a movie that was heavily dependent on filming in a downtown environment, it could be a $500,000 budget item to just clean the streets and have a police officer with you during the day while you're filming. And so it absolutely could push the movie out of Vancouver or push it out of BC, which is, and then going to Ontario or Atlanta or London, England.
So your
And
colleagues, if
it's a
I can just ask, sorry, I'm close to the end of my time, but your colleagues from the US, when they come to Vancouver, what do they say to you about the state of our city?
They're concerned about the drug use. Canadian film crews are used to seeing people shooting up on the streets, and they used to turning their back on it or used to seeing it. And here we come in on our budget items, and we're hiring people in case someone overdoses. We're hiring security. We're cleaning up, and they see these budget items, and they're concerned, and they're wondering, well, why are we paying for all this cost for people
Thank
that are shooting up right in front of our film set, that need to be cleaned up, that the crew needs to be kept safe, and they're concerned about spending this money and wondering if they're in the wrong place, if they made the wrong decision and they're
Thank
shooting in the
you.
wrong area.
Thank
Unfortunately, the
you. That's my
counselor
time.
hasn't left you enough time to answer your question. We'll go to Counselor Hardwick for 3 minutes, please.
Hi, Sean. So you're a location manager. I just looked you up on the IMDb.
Oh, thank you.
So you've been
System
doing this
alignment.
so you didn't been doing this since the early 2000s.
I've been doing it since the 90s, or since I started in Alberta, but yes, I've been in BC since
Oh, that's
1999.
okay. Yeah, it's funny because I was location managing back in the mid late 80s and often shooting in Gastown and Chinatown, the downtown east side. Um, and I reflected on a TV movie we did called Christmas on Division Street in 1991, which was about an old homeless man where we were shooting in the back alleys behind the Balmoral. And then just
Oh, wow.
reflecting on how, yeah, can you imagine today how much things have changed? And um, as you know, and I think pointed out, it's a competitive process. There's people sitting in Los Angeles that are crunching the numbers and budgeting us against Toronto and Atlanta and Albuquerque and everywhere else. Um, but all cities are struggling with these kinds of problems. Do you hear echoes of this from the producers coming in that they're having similar problems in other cities?
No, I'm hearing that. Well, mostly what I'm hearing about is the surprise that it's here in Vancouver, and that they were coming
Mhm.
here for a lot of reasons. A lot of times they're told they're coming here, and it's really about money. And then they get here, and these costs are not budgeted for, and they're really surprised by the security, and they got to keep the film crew safe. And people dial these 1-800 numbers to complain that there was someone in the crew park or that there was someone this, and so these costs just grow and grow and grow. And I think you're referring to the 90s. Like we used to clean sort of the back alley that we were filming in. Now you got to clean the blocks where the trucks are parked. Like you're not even filming there, and you got to bring in all the security and these power washers, and you got to pick up all these needles, and everyone's afraid of what they're stepping around. And next thing you know, we got to bring in modular fencing to protect the truck and to stop people from going through them. And that's a huge cost that didn't exist even 10 years ago.
Well, I hear you. I again watch this happen. You'll laugh. I remember doing a movie called of oh God, it was set in Chinatown primarily, and we had to bring in garbage because Vancouver was too clean in
Oh,
Gastown,
yeah.
Chinatown area. Yeah, how times have changed. Well, thanks
And
very
now we
much
have
for your insights in this. Year of the Dragon was what it was. It was a Michael Cimino picture. Year of the
Oh
Dragon.
gosh,
But
yeah.
anyhow,
Yeah.
aside.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks.
We just want to keep the work coming to Vancouver, and this is a problem, and we just want to keep people safe and have a safe place to come and work.
Thank you. We're at your 3 minutes, and we're going to move on to the next speaker. There are no more questions for you. Thank you so much for your time tonight. Okay, thank you. I'm just pulling up the list here, Council. And we have Cheryl Grant, speaker number 16.
Speaker 16 is not on the line.
Thanks. Brendan Kotick, 17, speaker 17.
No, not on the line.
Thanks. Alexandre Trottier, speaker 20.
No,
Curtis Robinson, speaker number 25.
no,
Stephen Hahn, speaker 27.
not on the line.
Thank you. We have Shirley, one name, 29.
No,
Ronald Sarnas, speaker 30.
no,
Scott Shepard, speaker number 32.
no,
Jeff Bernier, speaker number 37.
no,
Megan Fox, speaker number 40.
no,
Speaker 45, Sarah.
no,
Speaker 46, Michael Geldert.
no,
Lynn Sawatsky, speaker 50.
no,
MTS Popat, speaker 52.
no,
Angel Gates, 53.
no,
Randall Hertzak, speaker 56.
no,
Colin McGrath, speaker 58.
no,
Eva Wadolna, speaker 59.
no.
And the last speaker, I think he emailed me the name, is Courtney Baker.
Yeah, one moment, please.
Thanks.
There seems to be somebody on the line. We're just trying to find out who, so we'll,
Okay, thank you.
just one moment, please.
Thank you.
Hi, Mayor Stewart. Yes, no other callers are on the line.
Thank you so much, clerks. Okay, so that concludes our agenda. We have no other speakers listed, and we've called through the list of those who are not present as per our bylaws. So council may submit further questions to staff by email to Deputy City Manager Karen Levitt, and responses will be provided via memo or incorporated in the report to council in June 2022. With that, can we have a motion to adjourn, please?
Motion to adjourn.
I'm on the list.
Sorry, Councillor Dejanova.
Oh, I was on the list. I didn't know if I was just supposed to put myself on the list.
For which?
To ask a question, I was going to ask more of a point of procedure, but you said we could ask questions. So my point of procedure is, does staff currently have scheduled the date of the meeting in June that this will be coming back, this report?
That's more of a point of procedure, I
We
guess.
said we could ask questions, so I put this on there.
You could submit further questions to staff by email. That's,
Oh, okay.
yeah, we don't really, nobody's got the floor at this point.
I'm
There's no,
happy to adjourn and just wait for that information to come forward.
okay. So Councillor Hardwick, thank you. We have a seconder.
Motion to adjourn.
We have Councillor Legion over second. All in favor, yay.
Yay.
Opposed, nay. Great. Thanks so much for adjourn. Thank you much, everybody, for participating. Thank you, clerks, for your time. And we'll see you shortly, everybody. Thanks.